still signing stuff to do with Leprechaun here. You know,
Yeah.
there are some very strange individuals out there who enjoy those films, and they don't always want to admit it, but they're out there. But I'm really proud of them. I'm particularly fond of the humour. I think horror comedy is such a great mix of genres, and because you know you have the shocks, but then you have the kind of you're not taking yourself too seriously at the same time.
Absolutely. Do you have any favourite lines from the Leprechaun series?
The most famous one is, of course, "I want me gold," but "a friend with weed is a friend indeed." That's another quite interesting one.
That's fantastic. And speaking of reprising roles, I would say that maybe your most notable role was in Willow. It's a huge film. Even now, people are still finding it and watching it. And I would love to see a sequel to that. Is there any talks about that at all?
You know, for years and years now, there's been talk of Willow in a sense of it's coming from the fans. The people have enjoyed that film of saying, "Oh, we'd love to see another one. Are you going to do a sequel?" And I think that's come about really from people enjoying it, but also this kind of looking back to the 80s and other kind of franchises being rebooted, remade, you know, sequels being made, that sort of thing. And I think more recently it's taken on a little bit more momentum. In particularly just this past week, being reunited with Ron Howard again, and working with him has started people just talking a lot more about the last thing that we did together, which was Willow, and you know, could there potentially be more of that story in some form or another? And you know, Ron and I are both, you know, thrilled that people are interested in seeing more. You know, for me, it'd be very interesting to explore the character. Now he's a bit older. You know, has he become a sorcerer now? Is he any good at that? What happened to Elora Danan? Did she grow up to be the princess that everyone wanted her to be and rule the kingdom and all that sort of thing? So there's loads more stories to tell within that world that has now been established. So who knows? And Val Kilmer, I talk to him often, and he's always talking about doing Willow. Yeah, he wants to go, me and him to go to New Zealand with a video camera and start making some and send it to Ron and George.
I think I want to see that. Do you guys want to see that?
That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, I don't know, never say never with these things. It'd be fun to explore that, wouldn't it?
I'd love to see. So you and Val in New Zealand, it might be a little bit like Idiot Abroad slightly.
It could be, but yeah, in a kind of Willow-themed Idiot Abroad. Yeah, just us on a kind of a backpacking trip, like a buddy movie. But I don't know. Did any of you see the Life's Too Short special that we did together? The plot of that was all about Val and myself trying to get Willow 2 off the ground. And if you haven't seen it, check it out, because it's quite funny. But it'd be funny if that was indeed the precursor to us actually making one.
That's kind of your teaser promo right there. And obviously, speaking about the franchises, we have to talk a bit more about Star Wars, and of course, the late Carrie Fisher. It must have been a bit of a shock when she passed away. What is your lasting memory of her in the Star Wars on the set?
Yeah, I mean, I remember Carrie in two ways. Firstly, how lovely she was to me, particularly on Return of the Jedi, when we were making that film, as I was only 11 years old, and I had the scene with Carrie, and she just became very fond of kind of looking after me, just making sure I was okay, because I used to get quite hot in the costume. And when they took the head off, I was kind of quite red sometimes. But it wasn't something that bothered me, but she was like, "Oh, are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, fine. Well, here's some chocolate milk and cookies to make you feel better." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And once the chocolate milk and cookies had been delivered once, then I kind of played up a little bit after that. I was like, every time the head came off, I was like, "Oh, I'm really hot." And I realised that sort of made the chocolate milk and cookies arrive quicker. So that was all good. But then, I mean, recently, Carrie and I have spent some time on stage at celebration events, both in Europe and London and also in America. And I've loved doing those events, particularly because when you interview Carrie, you never know what you're going to get. The audience don't know what they're going to get. You get this woman who was hugely fond of Star Wars and had a lot of affection towards the fans and her character, even though she liked to poke fun at the whole thing. Which that was what was such a treat. You never knew what you were going to get. And I would write the shows, thinking, well, this is what I want to happen, but I know this isn't going to happen. You know, we're going to get what we get. And my favourite time was actually reenacting the scene with Carrie that we did from Return of the Jedi. And she just went for it. You know, she just had a lot of fun and understood exactly the spirit of the whole thing. So yeah, my memory of Carrie is really one of just a very funny, witty, brilliant person.
Well, it's great to hear that. And speaking of your co-stars, we also have to mention Ricky Gervais and co. From The Idiot Broad, obviously Life is Short, and extras as well. Have you guys been planning anything new?
No, there's nothing new planned at the minute between the three of us. I'm in touch with Carl and Ricky, but we're not planning on doing anything. We're all kind of busy doing our own different projects at the minute, which is nice. But again, you kind of work with people. Sometimes you go back to work with them again. Other times you don't. You know, it's just one of those things.
But you're keeping in touch.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, one of my favourite Carl Pilkington moments, or one of his favourite quotes actually, is that he says, and I kind of think it kind of applies to MCM or Comic-Con kind of feel, is that it's great to see people who are passionate, and you can't knock people who are passionate, even if they're passionate about poo.
Yeah, he did that in The Moaning of Life, didn't he? That he was doing that whole thing about it. That's a weird thing, that was. It's a really weird thing.
So I was wondering, what is your kind of favourite or most memorable Carl Pilkington quote?
Just the idea that he never seemed to grasp, even though as an actor, and we talked about it a lot, the things that I'd been involved with, he could never grasp the fact that I was in Star Wars. And even then, he just dissed it because it was like we just played one of them teddy bear things, you know, it was not that important to him. And Harry Potter, he suddenly, you know, 3/4 of the way through our trip and our time together, suddenly sort of put two and two together. Oh, I didn't know you were in Harry Potter. You know, it's just that kind of naivety that he has about everything is what makes him quite unique, I think.
There's sort of a delayed effect sometimes with him.
If he came here, it'd do his head in totally. I mean, the noise just generally he just wouldn't get it. I don't know. But no, he's fun. I'm a huge fan of Carl's. Have been for years, ever since the days of XFM and what have you. And then to get to go and travel halfway around the world with him was an absolute treat.
Where would you say your favourite place to travel with him was?
I enjoyed India immensely. I mean, it was somewhere that I kind of had no real kind of idea what it would be like, but I wasn't prepared for the kind of the amount of. I mean, it's full on. I recommend everybody go there just the once to experience it. It's the loudest place I've ever been to. It's the most colourful place. It's the most vibrant place. And just expect the unexpected around every corner. It's fantastic. I can't get. I mean, my mind is just now spinning with the memories. You'd walk around a corner and there'd be a massive cow standing there, and you wouldn't expect that. You know, they're just the colours, the fruit, the food is fantastic. Yeah, amazing. And then the people, just everyone's getting on with it, but everyone's so, you know, you kind of learn tolerance as well because. Some of the places are so busy, and if it was, you know, us here in the UK, we kind of get annoyed, don't we? If somebody within like 2 feet of us, we're like, "What are you doing in my space?" But in India, it's just everyone's just getting on with their thing and having a good time with it.
Personal space does not exist.
It doesn't, exactly. And queuing doesn't really work either in India. You just kind of have to get in there, get stuck in, you know. But what people were fascinated with Carl and myself because we were from the West, you know, and it wasn't because really I was short, because they were just as interested in Carl, although it could have been his exceptionally round head that was the point of interest there. I don't know, but he actually liked me being around because it took a bit of the attention off of him.
And I have to wonder, when you're working with Carl and working with Ricky, they ask you to do all sorts of things. Is there anything that you've just gone, nope, I'm not going to do that?
I can't think of whether there was anything I said no to, but it was always up to us whether we got involved with a particular activity or not, and that was part of the program. It had to be real. It was never staged or set up who was going to do what. You know, for example, I wasn't supposed to jump off that building
in the Macau
at the end of the series. Carl was supposed to do it, but we were up there, and I was thinking, well, this is it's a bit of a disappointment for the end of the show. Finally, Carl was supposed to, you know, show that he had some guts and do this, because he'd refused to do 2 jumps previously in the series, and this was his chance to kind of make good on that. And I thought, well, maybe if I do it, he might do it. And I don't like heights, understandably being 3'6". So I thought, well, I'm going to do this. And it was terrifying. What you see in the show is me actually swearing quite a lot more than I normally do and being terrified. But the feeling of actually having jumped off that building and coming back up again was truly wonderful. And I thought that would persuade him, but it didn't.
No.
He was like, well, no, you've done it now. I'm not doing it. He's just a man that you can't turn his mind around. Once he's set his heart on something or made up his mind, he won't go back on that.
I have to say, watching you jump off the tower, you looked really petrified, swearing a lot. And then about halfway down,
there was elation.
Suddenly turned exhilarated.
Yeah, I tell you what that is. That's the moment of, I think it's called terminal velocity. When you kind of reach that speed where you no longer feel like you're dropping, you feel like you're flying. And that's what occurred there. This sort of awful feeling in my stomach disappeared. And it was like, this is actually quite fun now, So yeah, I mean, it's something to try. Do it before you're kind of 40, I think. Then you're not as terrified. Yeah. Because at that age, you start questioning everything. Is this cable going to hold me? And have they tied a knot in the end of it and all that stuff?
Well, I'm very impressed that you did that. It was fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I can see you sitting there with your signature shop.
I am
top
indeed.
On.
Yes,
Do you want
yes.
to explain?
I'm branded up today.
You are?
Well, no, the signature shop is something that came about from just me wanting to expand what I did as an actor at shows. You sign pictures for people. I thought it's more fun if they can actually get a DVD, maybe. And it kind of started from me having a few DVDs, and then I made a Warwick Davis mug, and then I started buying more stuff to be able to provide signatures on for people, so they didn't have to kind of bring the stuff with them. So that's what happened, and it then became an online business, which like a year and a half ago, unfortunately, was hacked. I don't think it was the Russians, but it was, and it kind of went offline, and it's still off. I'm just nearly at the point of launching it online, but in the meantime, we've been bringing it out to shows so that people could buy their stuff. And
fantastic.
The biggest seller is the Funko Pops. That's the Wicket Funko Pop is the one that outsells everything else. People love them. We've got Wicket cutouts. There's loads of stuff. Come over and check it out. Mugs as well. They're the most important thing.
Yeah, everyone needs mugs.
I need to do an offer on the mugs. They're not shifting. I've got a shed full of the mugs, and they're not shifting.
Put a Funko Pop in it.
You could. I mean, they're great for pens.
Yeah.
Also, you can drink tea in them as well. But
really?
You can do all sorts with them. Have them on your desk. They're a talking point. If you're having a meeting, what's this? It's a Warwick Davis mug. Brilliant. Who's he? It'll get people talking, which is good. Oh, talking of Funko as well, they're. I recently learned they're doing a Weeteef Sayubi Funko, which is my second one in that range now. So that's my character from Rogue One, which is very exciting.
Excellent.
Yeah, you could look more excited about it if you want.
I am actually.
She's very thrilled about it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled.
I'm slightly gutted because I've reached my Funko Pop limit. Otherwise,
why do you buy them as well? Do you collect them?
I do, but I literally have
are these
more
all yours?
space to
This
buy.
collection here.
Yeah. I've just put
It's
them
brilliant,
all around,
isn't it? But yes, so I'm looking forward. That one comes out in August, I think, so we'll have those in stock. Yeah, and the shop will launch back again. Hopefully within the next kind of couple of weeks or so.
Fantastic.
Very good.
So we have a couple of quick fire questions for you.
From you?
From our TARDIS, actually.
From the TARDIS?
So if you want to
I pick it out. There's a question in here, is there?
Yeah, pull it out, read it out.
Oh, wow. This is great. Oh, there. Okay. Okay, good. Which Harry Potter house would you be in? Well, personally, Warwick Davis. I feel a bit of an affinity towards Flitwick, so I would be in Ravenclaw because he's the head of Ravenclaw. And yes, any Ravenclaws here today? Yes, it's the least pop. If I say Gryffindor, loads of hands will go up probably. Or no, actually Slytherin. Look at you lot, you naughty people. Right, okay, let's have a look in here. Let's see what this one says. Okay. Do you prefer aliens or demons? It's never something that's occurred to me. Do I prefer aliens or demons? Aliens, probably. I think because you can get nice aliens. You can't get a nice demon, can you? There's no demons coming up and going, all right, how are you? Shall we have a drink together? But an alien might do.
Yeah.
So I'm going with the aliens. I'll take my chances. I mean, it might end up just grabbing hold of my face, but it might buy me a drink. Okay, here's this one. This is a very good idea. It's slightly lazy from your perspective, but...
Sorry about that.
Who is your favourite Marvel Avenger? Ooh. I like Iron Man. I do. I think Tony Stark's character is just this fabulously flamboyant, super rich person, which is we all like to dream about, don't we? And at the same time, he has this suit, which kind of I just like that whole kind of setup there. Yeah. I met an Iron Man once at a convention, and I was really excited. And I went up to him and I said, "Can I have a picture?" And I shook his hand and I pulled his finger off. This is Iron Man. Yeah, I feel really bad about that.
Okay, final one.
This is the final one. I like doing this. This is very good. Essentially, you don't need to be here, really, do you?
No, that's very true. I'm going to go to sleep now. Yeah.
There's another one of these. Do I prefer dragons or dinosaurs? Again, in what sense, you see? Because you've got to look at this. If you met one or the other, right? You wander up and there's a T-Rex there or a dragon, right? Yeah. What would I prefer? What, to sort of look at or run away from, or... Because the dragon's got the fire going on, but I don't know, is he naturally as aggressive as a T-Rex?
It's a good question.
Because he might not be inclined to be.
Who would you look?
I'd like to look at a dragon. I've seen real dragons. I've worked with them in Harry Potter, of course. Yeah. There was that poor, emaciated, pale one that we kept in Gringotts, the cruel goblins, and there was the one. There was in Goblet of Fire. He was well looked after. He was. I don't know. Yeah, dragons.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for answering all our questions. It was fun, as always. Thank you guys for coming out.
It's nice to have been here.
Great. Yeah, please give it up for Warwick Davis.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And if you want to hear more from me, I'm on the other stage later on at 1:15. So it's like a sort of expanded version of what we've just done, really, but less fun.
Less fun, of course. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
guys, I am Tanya VP and it is Sunday, 30th September 2017. We are in Manchester. Can you guess where we are? Maybe these clues will help you out.
In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat,
That's all right. So we're going to probably go for about 15 minutes. So just the usual chat, maybe take some questions. We have some quick fire questions as well.
Quick fire questions. Oh, okay. What, do you read them out?
You pick them out of the box.
What, and I've got a...
Just read it out.
All right, and then
Yeah.
Hi guys, welcome back to the MCM Buzz Stage here in Manchester. I hope you're having a good time. We have another fantastic guest for you. Please give it up for Andrew Lee Parts.
Hello. Hi, Manchester.
It is good to have you back, sir.
Thank
must
you.
kind of be used to our sofa now. It's a bit different this
yeah,
time.
it's just,
yeah.
yeah, it's very pleather.
Yeah, isn't it? It's like a gaming sofa, I think. More.
Yeah.
Just
It's
sit
nice.
and
It's
chill.
comfortable. It's soft.
Yeah.
Soft.
Yes.
I'm gonna stop stroking it because it looks weird.
A little bit weird.
I am a little bit weird. So.
So are we all, right? We are at Comic-Con. As I said, it's great to have you back, and I know that you're here promoting some of your new shows. What is up next for you?
Well, obviously, I'm still shooting Wireless. I've got. Start shooting a film in September, and then I've got another film to shoot in October. Both very different. One's a psychological thriller. One's kind of a comedy that I would say is a cross between the Great British Bake Off and The Purge, which is kind of...
What?
Wireless, there we go. And I'm starting another exciting job very soon, but I can't really say much about that quite yet.
So you're very busy at the moment.
I am indeed.
Yeah. And I know that obviously you're going to have lots of fans here for Wireless. Episode 12 ended on a bit of a cliffhanger. I refuse to believe that Crow is dead.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Well, I can't tell you what's happening. He's obviously not dead because that'll be the end of the series.
That's
but
right.
yeah, so it'd be interesting to see how he survived, right?
Did he come back as a cyborg? That's my theory.
That'd be cool, right?
Speaking of cyborgs, a Falcon is revealed as an evil
Yeah,
cyborg.
yeah.
Is he based on...
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, sorry, if you're not up to date. But is he based on anyone in particular?
No, not particularly. No, he was Falcon was one of the first characters we thought of to be like that, and I've been gagging because obviously he was in the first part of the season, but he
Right.
had a big coat on, and
Yeah.
you couldn't tell that's what he was.
Yeah,
So
he looked very human at that point.
Yeah. That was the idea. So it was always going to be a shot, but I was gagging to get to that point where I was like, no, he's got robot arms. That's well cool. But it's interesting because I don't know if people have connected, but at the start, the very first scene in Wireless, when it was set in the Gulf War, he's the soldier that gets attacked. So obviously that attack that happened to him in a war made him into what he is today. So, yeah.
And we see your sister, obviously,
Sarah Jane
as the
Potts,
one,
yeah.
Sarah Jane Potts, as helping him, and now his wife, I guess.
Yeah, because she was the doctor at the time that
Yep.
helped pioneer this surgery of his back brace and his arms. And obviously, in that meantime, they've got together, and she's kind of his carer and his doctor now. So
is she very much? I want to be Mrs. Cyborg.
I don't know what Sarah Jane. I'm sure she'd want to be a cyborg if I give her half the chance.
And I think it's episode 11, is it? What happens is what I'm terming the pixie lick.
Say that again.
What I'm terming the pixie lick.
The pixie lick.
The pixie lick.
Oh, when she licks me.
Yeah.
She's
What
a
was
weirdo.
that about?
Pixie's just a weirdo. I love the character. She's gonna do some random stuff. She'll continue to do random stuff. She's proper out there, and expect the unexpected from her.
Was that an ad lib or was that written in?
No, it was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
And when I told her, she was like, "You want me to what?" I was like, "I just think it's funny. I think it's random and weird, and you have fun with the character of Pixie." So
Absolutely. And obviously the other main character is Unit White. Are we going to see any more kind of new gizmos, upgrades, anything kind of new special
I don't want to give
gadgets?
too much away. It's got bigger every episode, and that's gonna always stay the same. So yeah, you might see a few more cool things. You might even see Unit Black at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The alter ego, maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, at the start we do mention that. I mentioned, I was like, why don't I get what Charlotte Miser's got, Unit Black, and they went, no, you get a car. So I wonder what Unit Black is.
So that is going to be revealed at some
Hopefully,
point.
fingers crossed.
And whereabouts are you in filming now?
Oh, actually, the last MCM in London, we shot on the Friday.
You did.
So we shot a whole chase sequence. I can't give too much away. So obviously, Crow is still alive because I was in it. So we shot a whole chase sequence through Comic-Con. So that'll be, hopefully, fingers crossed, if I manage to pull everything together. It's a lot of parts to it, but I want to screen it at London Comic-Con in October. So fingers crossed, I'll get it done by then.
Excellent.
So.
And we know that Lucy Brown is the voice of Unit Right. And obviously
Sexy Sat-Nav.
Yep, Sexy Sat-Nav. And she was in Primeval as well. Have you got any plans for any more Primeval co-stars to be on Wireless?
No.
Blanket no.
No. There's no other Primeval people, I don't think. No, there isn't, no.
I mean, I suppose Primeval is probably still your most notable or famous role at the moment.
Yeah.
And, fans still obviously wondering about that. I'm wondering, is there any talk of a reboot or a special one-off?
I've not talked to the producer, so I don't know where they're at with it. I get asked this all the time, especially there he is, Lacona Temple. Oh, I look so young.
Yeah, very sweet.
Yeah. So what was the question?
So any potential for a reboot or a one-off special?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they went back to it. I'd love to play Connor again. It'd be a lot of fun to play him. Like I said to you earlier today, I find it hard not to. And also to explore where they're at now. I hope they make Primeval again, whether I'm part of it or not, because I can't want my kids to have a show like Primeval to watch. That's British. Yeah. I don't want them to just watch an American show like The Flash or nothing wrong with those shows, but I want them to watch a British show with, that's quintessentially British with its humour and stuff like that, and also sci-fi and cool looking, because we don't have many.
Doctor Who at the moment.
Doctor Who, and that's pretty much it. So
we have to bring it back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring it all back.
Bring it
like
all.
S Club. Yeah.
I like the little segue there.
Yeah. Cool.
I was wondering, though, certainly with Connor, what I would like to see would be a bit more of his family touched on, because it's one of the areas that we don't really know about. Yeah.
He's like a loner.
No.
Yeah, you don't.
In
fact, you don't see much of anybody's family in Primeval.
No.
Yeah, I guess it would be interesting to see that, but for all intents and purposes, he's like some orphan.
Yeah.
I don't know. You never explain. I mean, he's never got anywhere to live. So he's obviously not got anywhere safe that he deems to go back to, which is kind of sad.
Yeah.
They're tight, aren't they, those trousers? They were on the day, I remember that. So
Reminiscent.
Yeah.
So do you have any ideas about kind of Connor's backstory at all?
I don't. No, I don't. I mean, it wasn't important to the story at the time to I guess, have a backstory. I've never really thought about it. It's funny because it's the first time I've ever thought about it or ever been asked about it. So, but I guess it would be interesting. I mean, you saw Abby's brother come into it. He was quite a big part. But yeah, maybe Connor has got a sister.
A long-lost sister somewhere.
Yeah, maybe
in
my
the future.
sister could play my sister. That'd be kind of cool.
Why not?
Yeah, she'd love to be in Primeval.
Yeah. Was she a fan?
Oh yeah, she loved it. Yeah.
And we see you there in the Ark,
Yes.
which was the Anomaly Research Centre.
Mhm.
I think pretty much from season 2, that's where you guys were based. But I heard it was a tank laser testing facility. Is that right?
It was
Really?
amazing. Basically, everything around was glass. The whole building was this amazing glass building that used to test tank lasers somehow. I don't know. But then what they did was surround the glass with all wood and paint it to look like concrete, and it looked like it sunken into the ground. So yeah, it was a really interesting place. It was huge.
Yeah.
It was not like things look bigger on the telly. It was massive.
Well, it had to have tanks in it. So
Yeah, exactly. But it was
big
so
doorways.
cool. Walking onto that set, we were just like, I think we're doing something right to get something like this. It looked like something out of James Bond. It was amazing.
It did look fantastic.
It was good. The set design and everything on Primeval, the production side of stuff, it's just been incredible. They're amazing at doing what they did.
Well, you mentioned James Bond there, and I've always thought that the team, the kind of secret agent team that you had there in the Ark, was a little bit kind of James Bondy in a way. They had that kind of team going on. Is that a role that you would like to play?
James Bond?
Yeah.
Nah. I want to be a baddie.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't think I don't suit James Bond. I don't think at all.
You want to be the villain?
Yeah, I've played a lot of villains actually in my time. Not saying I wouldn't love to be in the franchise, in the movies, in some sort of capacity, but yeah, I don't see me playing James Bond anytime soon.
Did you ever see Connor as a sort of secret agent type?
I think Connor saw Connor as a secret agent. Maybe I didn't, but yeah, he thought. I mean, I remember is it season 1? He gets like a pass and he's like, access all areas. I think you'll find. He loved it. He loved it.
Well,
So
definitely.
that was fun exploring that, because at the end of the day, you know. He was cool. It was like the most exciting thing that had ever happened to him. He was a conspiracy theorist, you know, and it was a conspiracy, like it was happening in front of him, and it was all amazing. So, but yeah, it's funny, in the first series he turns around when they're looking at the Scootosaurus and he goes, you know, I think I might win a Nobel Prize for this. And it's funny because in the end of the seasons, I invent the first man-made anomaly, which realistically he would have got a Nobel Prize for.
He would have, probably.
He went a long way for a kid who ran a website when he started.
Yeah, he did all right for himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
But the man-made anomaly went a little bit awry when all the beetles
Oh yeah, he
started
almost
coming
destroyed the
through.
world.
Yeah.
So, but you know what I mean?
Slight
You've got to
hitch.
break a few eggs to make an omelette, haven't you?
Right. But the Beatles, certainly for me, was one of the kind of
The
gorier.
Beatles.
Yeah,
That was a cool episode. Yeah, I love that one.
Cool. But they were pretty gory, and I was wondering, what did you kind of find gory about the show? Anything particular sort of stand out?
Oh, the Future Predator. Anytime the Future Predator was there, I mean, some of the when I get sucked, spoiler alert, when I get sucked through the anomaly in the end, and I end up in the future world on my own, those versions of the Future Predator, they always change the versions depending on the timeline, but the versions of the Future Predator were rank. They were horrible. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but there's like two fighting. One rips off one's arm, and it's him with it.
Still fighting, yeah.
I was like, that's a bit gross. Well, you're having your fish and chips?
Yeah, no, maybe not so much a family series at that point.
Yeah,
Maybe not for a while.
I can't believe we got away with the Future Predators. They were genuinely horrible.
Yeah.
Great. I loved it when they were in any of the episodes because it was really scary and it proper ramped up the tension. So, you know, there was something that was more scary about them than the dinosaurs, because I don't know, we feel more familiar with dinosaurs than like the creature from the future, which never stopped. It was like Terminator.
It's true.
Yeah.
Always came back. And well, talking about the Predators, I think that Primeval kind of, it sets tone for a sort of moral dilemma in a way, because you've got sort of Abby and Connor on one side trying to risk their lives to get the Predators back to their times, and then you've got kind of the military on the other side going, we're just going to kill them all. It's not worth the
It
risk.
was always that balance.
Yeah. Where would you sort of fall on that fence, do you think?
Well, it was really important to Cutter to try and preserve life. You know, he that's what fascinated him. So anytime he could preserve it, he tried. And I think, you know, Connor was Cutter's little
Apprentice,
protege.
yeah.
Apprentice. So I think he would have wanted the same thing realistically when it came down to it. But yeah, it was a balancing act all the time. And also, it's one of those things, and you go, yeah, let's try and put it back, and then it kills one of your mates, and you go, no, sod it, shoot it, shoot it.
And
Honestly, had its chance.
You get one chance only.
Yeah,
That's
one
the way
chance.
It works. Yeah.
You kill my mate, you're going down, dude.
And it was fun to see you do the behind-the-scenes documentary.
Yeah, I
with
directed
Anomaly.
that, yeah.
Yeah. Did that kind of give you a taster for making your own content?
No, well, I got that because I already made my own short films and stuff, and they knew that, and they thought, why not give me a camera? And it got them closer to the actors than a normal, like a standard documentary would. I did it in my own style and stuff. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of the times they had to go, Andrew, put the camera down, stand up and do your job, do some acting, because I was more bothered about filming the documentary at some points.
Yeah.
But I love filming stuff. I love it when I've got a camera in my hand. So.
And you did pretty well with it, certainly in terms of
Yeah, I
wireless.
mean, it was great,
Yeah.
and it was on the DVD, which, you know, sold around the world. So I guess that's kind of cool that I directed something that was on there.
Absolutely.
So I would have loved to do an episode.
Yeah.
In fact, Jason Fleming, he was constant. I've known Jason for years. We did a movie a long time ago, and he was like, dude, you have to do an episode. I'm totally behind you to get you to do an episode. But I think the producers, they always said that I was in it too much to, you know, they didn't want me to. So it'd have to be, you know, an episode that I wasn't in very much, I guess. So
When you were in the cretaceous period.
when the
or whatever it's
cretaceous,
called,
growing a beard and my hair, which I have right now. So
Yeah. You can
it's
go
just
that
slightly
bit.
more white than it was before.
And
are you
you
laughing
guys, what's going on? You guys, if you have a question for Andrew, do you want to stick your hands up for me, and I'll come round to you?
Any
Anyone
questions?
there? They're all shy
for Andrew
this
Lee
Sunday
Potts?
morning. Well, I was wondering, speaking of the Cretaceous
Yeah.
period, because obviously the fact that you're there for a year having to survive,
Yeah.
if that was you in real life, how do you think you'd fare? If you could take one person with you.
If I could say one person.
Because you're there with Abby, aren't you?
Oh,
When you-
I won't take her.
No.
Oh, no. If I could take one person with me in my real... Hang on, what are we talking about?
So in real life,
In
if
real
you got
life.
sent back to the Cretaceous period.
In real life, I'd probably take Bear Grylls.
Yeah. That would be my choice, right? It would make sense.
Right?
Yeah.
No. You can't say that. I'll take my family with me. I'm not going to hang out there without my family. But then again,
you're
I don't want to
coming
put it in danger.
See?
Maybe I've not thought
It's
that
a dilemma.
through.
I know.
Or maybe I wouldn't do that, actually. I'll take Brian.
Yeah. And film it. And
Can
film
you
it all.
imagine? That'd be brilliant. That's a TV show.
Yeah.
Andrew Lee Potts and Brian in
It's like
in the Cretaceous.
Wow. That's definitely a out there one.
Anyway.
Okay, so we have some quick fire questions in the TARDIS for you.
Yeah.
If you want to stick your hand in,
Ow!
grab one.
Can you imagine? God, these are well
That's
scrappy
been
bits of paper. These are like...
They've
Right,
been
okay.
used. Let's see.
Who do you prefer? Oh no, do you prefer Sonic Screwdriver, Doctor Who, or Harry Potter's wand? Harry Potter's wand.
Good stuff.
Um,
Next one.
Do you prefer Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Vampire Diaries? Buffy the Vampire Slayer because it's my wife's favourite show.
Uh-huh.
And I quite like Angel, the spin-off as well. I remember.
I
watching
love
that.
Angel, yeah.
Do you prefer dragons or dinosaurs? Dragons? No, I'm joking. Dinosaurs. How many do I have to do?
Couple more?
Oh my goodness me. What is your most nerdy belonging? I don't know. What's your most nerdy belonging?
I don't know. I have quite a few Funko Pops.
Oh, I've got loads. These things. I've got loads. In fact, I had 3 commissioned for my family for Christmas.
Oh, wow.
So we've got my whole family in them. So I guess
Funko
that's
Pop
quite,
family.
Yeah. I guess that's quite nerdy. What is your favourite snack? Crisps. I'm not a very sweet tooth. I like savoury stuff. So. Yeah.
Final one.
Final one. Let's make it a good one. Are you bored of these questions? Yeah. No, I'm joking. What is your worst bad habit? Oh, God, I've got loads. I think I get a bit stressed too much, like I overthink things, but that helps me when I make films. It's a funny one. It's like a help and a hindrance. So, but yeah, maybe that. On my report at school, it said Andrew is overfamiliar and anti-authoritarian.
Wow.
I was like, boom. They also told me I'd never be an actor, so Sodom.
What did they know? Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much for talking
Thank
to
you,
us.
guys.
As always,
Cheers for
everyone
listening.
give it up for
Thank you so
Andrew Lee
much.
Potts.
Cheers.
And don't forget, we have Lou Ferrigno up next and David Hayter as well. So keep it here at MCM Buzz.
There you go. Thank you,
Thank you
darling.
so much.
My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me.
Memories die out too hard. When we were traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my fun-land. I don't ever want to leave.
Hi guys, I am Hannah BP and it is Sunday, 30th September 2017. We are in Manchester. Can you guess where we are? Maybe these clues will help you out. Have you figured it out yet? I am on the Iron Throne experience here at MCM Manchester in the GMX Centre, and we hope to see you guys down here shortly. We're here all day. Don't worry if you can't make it, because we are live streaming the MCM Buzz stage on YouTube, on Twitter and on Facebook. So hopefully see you soon.
Who's your favorite Marvel Avenger? Spider-Man. What's your favorite snack?
All of them.
At once.
Prefer aliens or demons?
Oh, I think aliens. I've just encountered nice ones.
Do you prefer doing a seance or be in hypnotized. Seance every day. Yeah, I think so as well, because you can remember what happened.
Okay. Lord of the Rings or Hunger Lord of the Rings?
Oh no. What's your TV guilty pleasure?
1, 2, 3. Love Island.
like you were already mine. Surreal to me, how you make me feel wild and calm at the same time. Never felt so alive. Thought I was crazy until I reached out and saw your hand there waiting for mine. Like the stars that all alive.
Have you figured it out yet? I am on the Iron Throne experience here at MCM Manchester in the GMX Centre, and we hope to see you guys down here shortly. We're here all day. Don't worry if you can't make it, because we are live streaming the MCM Buzz stage on YouTube, on Twitter and on Facebook. So hopefully see you soon.
Reach into our TARDIS and pull out a question.
Who is your favorite Marvel Avenger? Spider-Man.
What's your favourite snack?
All of them at once.
Prefer aliens or demons?
I think aliens. I've just encountered nicer ones.
Do you prefer doing a séance or being hypnotised? Séance every day. Yeah, I think séance as well, because you can remember what happened.
Okay. Lord of the Rings or Lord of the Rings?
Oh no. What's your TV guilty pleasure?
1, 2, 3.
Love Island.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I am Tanya VP and it is Sunday, 30th September 2017. We are in Manchester, but can you guess where we are? Maybe these clues will help you out. Have you figured it out yet? I am on the Iron Throne experience here at MCM Manchester in the GMX Centre, and we hope to see you guys down here shortly. We're here all day. Don't worry if you can't make it, because we are live streaming the MCM Buzz stage on YouTube, on Twitter and on Facebook. So hopefully see you soon.
Reach into our TARDIS and pull out a question.
Who is your favorite Marvel Avenger? Spider-Man.
What's your favourite snack?
All of them at once.
Prefer aliens or demons?
I think aliens. I've just encountered nicer ones.
Do you prefer doing a séance or being hypnotised? Séance every day. Yeah, I think séance as well, because you can remember what happened.
Okay. Lord of the Rings or Lord of the Rings?
Oh no. What's your TV guilty pleasure?
1, 2, 3.
Love Island.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I am Tanya VP and it is Sunday, 30th September.
Push a coin in a broken tree. Push a coin and really wish to see. Wish to see. See the sunlight shining bright. See the sunlight shining bright on me. On me. On me. Windows out like a gale. It's harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales. Do you know where we're heading now? To the place place where the silence seems to grow, to grow. All we hear is the ocean breeze. Time ticks on and it's getting hard to breathe, to breathe, to breathe. Light fades and the sun goes down. The sound of vultures circles all around, around. See the water on the ground, see the water rushing, gushing down, down, oh down. Wind blows howling like a gale, harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales. Wind blows harder like a gale, it's harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales.
Hi guys, welcome back to the MCM Buzz stage. I hope you guys are having lots of fun here in Manchester, and we've got lots more for you lined up for the rest of the day. Very shortly at 1, we will have David Hayter here to answer all your questions about yeah, you know who he is. And he'll be along for about half an hour. There'll be lots to ask him. You guys will have the chance to ask him some questions too. He'll be followed by the Hulk himself, Lou Ferrigno. We will also have Manu Bennett, aka Deathstroke, here a little bit later at 3. And we will finish off the day with a Mario Kart Nintendo Switch tournament. So make sure you guys come down for that. In between, there will be some giveaways. We've got lots of stuff freebies for you. I know you guys love that. And we will have lots of other things going on around the con as well in between. So we'll be back here at 1. See you soon. guys, welcome back to our stage here in Manchester MCM. And look who we have. Please welcome to our sofa, Mr. David Hayter.
Hello. Kept you waiting, huh?
I don't think anyone's going to argue with you when you use that voice.
You'd be surprised.
It's fantastic to have you here. I know you were just saying that this is your first UK Comic Con.
Yes.
Bit different?
Yeah, I think everybody's probably nicer and better looking.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure everybody was a lot drunker last night. Those are the only differences so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drunk, but still good looking.
But still good looking. It's
Amazing.
a pretty amazing. Being of Welsh Irish descent, I think it's in the genes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You like the beers, or is it wine?
I'm a beer and whiskey enjoyer.
Connoisseur.
Enthusiast.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Don't know if I'm a connoisseur.
And I hope you are enjoying it here in England. I hear this is the first part of your kind of European tour. Is that right? You're going on holiday a bit after this?
Yes, this is all part of a big scam on my part. I wanted to. I came here. Everybody's like, "Well, why'd you come to Manchester?" Well, because it was happening when my daughter was out of school, and so I got my Twitter followers to just contact Manchester and deluge them with requests for me. And so they invited me, and then after this, we're going to Cardiff to go to the Doctor Who set, and then we're flying to Paris, and we'll do a week in France and a week in Spain, San Sebastian and Barcelona.
Fantastic.
And it's going to be pretty great.
So it worked out, the whole...
It totally worked. I got a whole European vacation out of it. So.
And I know that you've traveled around in the past quite a bit. I think you spent a bit of time in Japan at one point. Is that true?
Yes, I went to high school in Kobe and lived in Osaka for a few years. I lived in Hong Kong for a time, and
Wow.
quite a bit of time in Asia.
Did that kind of spike your interest in anime, manga, and video games?
Oh, absolutely,
at all?
yeah. Yeah, it introduced me to the manga anime world, and anything Japanese, I'm pretty into.
You got the kimono and everything.
I do. I have kimonos. I have swords for home defense. Anything Japanese, I'm on top of it.
Fantastic. And I was wondering then, in terms of the acting then part of it, certainly with the voice roles, what was your first one? Because it wasn't anime, I don't believe.
My first voice role? Well, actually, people don't know this, and I'd kind of forgotten about it, but when I was in Kobe and I was 16, some Japanese video game makers came to our school because we were all English-speaking people, and they wanted voices for North American arcade games. So I can't remember what games we did, but we recorded a bunch of soldiers and fighters and things like that, and so I've really been doing voices in video games almost since they've been invented.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there's like a teenage Solid Snake out there somewhere if you're playing an arcade game.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And what was your first acting role, sort of live action?
For live first filmed acting role? I don't know. The first one I did in California, I think, was a non-union commercial for motorcycle insurance. Was a character who had broken my hip, and I didn't have insurance, and I was bitching about it, which could sort of seem like my own fault. But I didn't want to argue with the character, so I took the job. My first real thing was I guest starred on Major Dad as a Russian son of Yakov Smirnov, who was a visiting Russian major.
And were you using a Russian accent in that?
Yes, I was Russian. I played young Russian boy, and I got to make out with Major's daughter, and it was good. Yeah, a fine job.
Steamy.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, obviously, most of your fans here will know you as Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid. I think you guys know him, don't you?
They know.
And, they know.
I've met a few of them now. Hello.
And obviously, you've done various voices in the game. So, do you have a favorite that stands out of the snakes?
Out of the snakes, the various snakes? Well, he's cloned from Big Boss, and so you know, they sound similar, but I try to find a place in their lives which is, you know, and put a little spin on each one that's a little different. So, you know, I think the most fun was doing maybe Snake Eater, where I was young big boss, and it wasn't quite so beat down, and he wasn't so bitter, and he was kind of young and on top of it all, and so that was pretty cool.
And how do you decide on the voices and the sort of, you know, slight differences?
It's all just feel, or the circumstances of the character. So in Metal Gear 4, he was suffering from accelerated aging, so it was old Snake, and his larynx was sort of falling apart, and you know, so the part kind of dictates what, you know, how I'm going to play it.
And are there any particular words that are difficult to say in the voice?
Oh, you know, well, you know what's really difficult to do, I don't think I've ever told anybody this, it's very difficult to do questions, like to come up at the end, because you sound stupid, you know? And the problem with Snake is all he ever does is ask questions. He's like, Shagglehod, you know, or you know, virtuous mission. It was always felt like a dope doing that, and yet I had to ask the question. So I tried to do it just without coming up at the end, and they'd say, can you make it more of a question? I'm like, question? You know? But as soon as it comes up at the end, it's not Snake voice anymore, so that was always a little dicey.
Oh, that's fantastic. And certainly, I know that the fans are loving hearing you say the voice. Is there certain lines that you like to say?
Oh, you know, I love the speech in Metal Gear 4 where he says, I'm no hero, never was, never will be. I'm just an old killer hired to do some wet work. You know, that sort of.
That is fantastic.
It's
Round
fun
of
to
applause
me.
for that.
Oh,
That's
bless.
brilliant.
Thank you.
And obviously, apart from the voice acting...
That's not me.
No.
Kiefer Snake. What the hell?
Well, but he has got the eye patch.
He does, yeah.
Do you have the eye patch? Because you did the sort of live action kind of cameo, didn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah. So
Yourself.
yeah, they did an interview with me, this weird, freaky interview at the beginning of Metal Gear 4, where I had the solid eye patch, and I actually called the makeup guy when Halloween came around. I said, "Can I borrow the eye patch?" And he gave it to me, and he never got it back. So yeah, so I still have it.
Where is it?
I can't say. It's been purloined. I don't know where it is now. It's probably melted into nothingness.
Do you like to be like to do cameos in your own films? Because I know you did one in X-Men, didn't you?
I did. No, not really. I did that in X-Men because I didn't expect I would ever get writing credit on it, and I had done so much work on the film. I wanted people to remember that I had been there. So so I did that. Oh yeah, they're there. That's all my friends. And then I ended up getting credit on it, and then I felt stupid for being in the movie. But yeah, no, if I do a cameo in something of my own, I like to be disguised or do a different language or something so that people don't know it's me.
So not be acting out, I guess.
Well, no, acting,
Yeah,
but
exposing.
not be showcasing myself, basically.
Well, it is fantastic that you have another string to your showbiz bow in terms of screenwriting. I don't know if all the fans know, but you are obviously one of the screenwriters for X-Men, X-Men 2, Watchmen. It's just fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
And I have to say, I have to wonder, certainly with X-Men and X-Men 2, how did you get those sort of those jobs really? How did you get into that?
Well, it's a crazy story, and I've told it many times elsewhere. But essentially, I was hired to answer the phones on the movie X-Men, and the director was an old friend of mine, Brian Singer, and he kept complaining. He had me drive him to a creature effects house, and he kept complaining about the script. He's like, "Oh, the script is terrible, and it's going to ruin my career," and you know, blah blah blah. And I had been a fan of the comic books since I was a kid, and so I suggested a scene, and I said, "Well, have Wolverine say this to Cyclops, and you know, it's set up all this stuff." And he goes, "Yeah, go write that for me." And but I figured he was kidding because it was an $80 million movie. But he wasn't kidding, and then he started having me rewrite the script, and I did that for 13 months, and I ended up getting sole credit on the film, and suddenly that was my first writing job.
Yeah.
So I just went from nothing to being a big screenwriter. So it was startling.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And certainly with X-Men 2 then, were you kind of signed up straight away when you started writing X-Men? Or was that after a while they decided to go for X2 and asked you to come back?
Yeah, X2 came back around, and Brian asked me to come back, and so I did. I mean, it's a lot more complicated and ugly than that, but for public consumption, that should do.
And I know that you sort of co-wrote with Zach Penn, and
Mm-hmm.
you sort of merged, I believe, the best bits of your scripts. How do you decide which bits you're going to incorporate together?
Well, that was a weird thing. You know, we didn't really work together. They just told me the day I was going to close my deal that they had another writer they were going to hire.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, we'll go with him. And then, so we wrote separately. And I just said, look, you know, Brian, you decide what you want to take and what you don't want to take. And so he did. It's always up to the director, really.
And are there any favorite scenes that you wrote? What stands out for you?
Yeah, well, I think my favorite was was the opening Nightcrawler attacking the White House. That, you know, that's one of the few scenes I've ever written, especially for Bryan Singer, that we just wrote it. It got prevised and just was done pretty much the way I'd written it, and that was pretty cool.
That was a fantastic scene.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is Bryan Singer's direction. I mean, it was amazing. So.
And certainly with Watchmen as well, because it definitely has a darker tone than most of the comic book films out there at the moment. Just a tad. Is that the way that you wrote it, or again, is that the director's sort of take on it?
Well, in that case, that's from the book. I mean, the book is dark and it's twisted and it's very, you know, it's got a lot of intellectual depth, and it's just an amazing piece of writing. And it was written as a hardcore, you know, it was violent and twisted, and it was very important, I think, to everybody who worked on the movie that we keep it as true to the book as possible. So that was just the nature of the material.
So do you feel a little bit now, I don't know if it's possible, but do you feel sort of typecast as a comic book adapter and screenwriter?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but fortunately I love that. I mean, that's where I live. I was always, you know, just like all of you, I loved comic books, and I loved, you know, nerd culture, and, you know, so I that's where I want to be. I mean, I wouldn't be writing rom-coms or anything like that, or if I did, they wouldn't be very good, or everyone would be killed, or they would turn into some sort of mutant creature. So, you know, I'm pretty happy where I am.
Mutants need love as well, right?
Oh, totally.
Absolutely.
Totally.
And I know that you also wrote and then directed, well, your debut as director was Wolves with Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
So and that's about werewolves. So is that, again, a genre that you're into?
Yeah, pretty much anything, you know, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, you know, that's where my interests lie, and it's what people expect from me out of Hollywood and the money people and all that stuff. So, but again, it's what I love to do. I mean, I love to just find the real, you know, the reality in those metaphors. And, you know, I think we all feel like wolves at times, and it's easy to I mean, the movie was really about my sort of dealing with my own anger when I was a kid and when I was in high school, and you know, sort of dealing with my inner wolf. So that's where it comes from.
And you worked with Jason Momoa in that movie.
I did.
What was he like? I heard he used to pick you up a lot.
Well, not a lot. He did it once. We were at Comic-Con in San Diego. And forgive me, I told the story yesterday if you were listening to me. I'm repeating myself. But I introduced him. We were doing a Wolves panel. I introduced him. And I am in my 40s. I'm 6'1" and 185 pounds. And I introduced Jason Momoa, and he came out and he grabbed me by the hips and he lifted me into the air and he went wonk, 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 like that. Like I was a child, like I was 8 years old. It was amazing. So that was a little startling because I didn't really know that was possible. But Jay is he's 6'5" and 250 pounds of just muscle, and so, you know.
He's got about as close as a superhero you possibly.
He really. I mean, you know, he's so amazing to see on screen, but when you see him in person, it's startling. And I also didn't realize the effect he had on women who tend to fall over dead upon seeing, I didn't, I'm a guy. I didn't really. I was like, sure, he's good looking, but I mean, he's a very well constructed creature.
Creature / man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, guys. So I know you guys have questions for David. If you want to stick your hands up for me, and I'll come round to you.
Nice to meet you, David.
Nice to meet you.
I'll preface this question by saying I am very aware of who you are. I absolutely bloody love your work.
Thank you.
But that being said, this question isn't really about any of that per se.
Okay, perfect.
You tweeted something a few months back, basically listing out your jobs. And I can't remember what 1 and 2 were, but I think you said 3 was either working in a restaurant or being a barman.
Yeah.
And,
Oh,
and then
that's
your,
right, I remember
and your
that.
4th was Solid Snake.
Yeah. First
just-
one was selling tuxedos. I was 15 years old. This was the course of my. It was some hashtag about list the course of your career, and I think it was selling tuxedos, waiting tables, bartending, Solid Snake, screenwriter, director, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, as an aspiring voice actor, how the hell do you go from being a barman to one of the best, if not the best, video game character ever conceived?
Well, you have to be lucky, and you have to. I mean, I knew what I wanted when I was. I mean, I wanted to be an actor since the time I was 9 years old. So when I was 20, I moved to Los Angeles by myself. Had no money. Got a job as a bar back. So the bartenders taught me how to be a bartender. And so I was able to make some money that way, but I was really in Los Angeles to become an actor, and I had done voice work before, and I trained in theater school, so I had a pretty well-trained voice. So I just started auditioning. I started seeking out agents, and it kind of built up over time. I got little jobs here and there. I got to know people in the industry. I got to know Chris Zimmerman, who was the casting director on Captain Planet, and ended up being the voice director for all the English language versions of Metal Gear. So Chris brought me in. After 8 years of struggle, I mean, I didn't have a cent to my name the day I went to audition for Snake, and then I auditioned for it and I got it, and then I had a couple of cents to my name, and then I became a screenwriter, and then I was very, very wealthy.
And just as a quick two-parter, do you feel it's harder for voice actors to get work nowadays, especially with the voice actor strike? I mean, I know Capcom recently announced that they're using non-union actors for the English version of the Resident Evil 2 remake, and basically
Yeah,
that
good luck
means-
with that.
Well, yeah, that means that obviously the actors that played Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, Ada Wong aren't going to be reprising their roles. So, I mean, is that something that you think affects newbies really heavily, or does it make them sort of more expendable?
Well, a strike is never good for anybody, really, but sometimes it's necessary. I think it's okay for newbies because, I mean, what it means is you'll have new actors, you'll have non-union actors come in, and I started as a non-union actor. There's no shame in it. That's where we all start. I personally believe that you should keep the actors that have done well by you, and I think the audience expects to hear the same people again. Sort of throws them off, when they change the voices. But I don't think it's any harder than it is at any other time. Being a voice actor, particularly in an amazing video game, is arguably the greatest job in the world, and a lot of people want to do it. So you've got a lot of competition all the time. The odds are always against you, and you just have to buckle down and not be afraid to suffer for a while. I stick with what Harrison Ford used to say, which was, it's a war of attrition. You arrive in Hollywood when you're 20 with 100 people on the bus that want the same thing as you. By the time you're 25, there's less. By the time you're 30, there's almost none. And whoever's left by 35, hopefully they're working. And and you find your way. So I think voice acting is the same. It's always, in any big city, there's always a small group of people that do a lot of the voice work, and it's a matter of being able to break into that group. So.
Okay, next question over here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, will you ever do any more work with Kojima in his new projects?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I'd rather not.
And can I ask a quick favour? Can
Well,
you give a
yeah.
shout out to Brett? He's a big fan of yours. He didn't want to come Comic-Con.
Which one's Brett?
Big shirt.
What's that?
Brett, how's it going? Welcome. Kept you waiting, huh?
Hi, David. Over here.
Hello, how are you?
I hate the sound of my voice. Sorry.
No, it's excellent.
I hear it. Remember you doing the voice of Loop on the Third at one point?
Yeah, yeah.
What was your take on him when you first did the voice in Casa Cagliostro?
Yeah, so when I was younger, I worked for a studio that was translating anime into English, and I had done a bunch of acting, and it was me. Bryan Cranston was there, and this was before we were anybody. And Steve Blum worked at that studio, and they pay us like $50 an hour to come in and translate these things. So I became a fairly reliable actor for them, and then they asked me to do this movie, Castle of Cagliostro, which I did not know really for many years was Hayao Miyazaki's debut feature. And we were recording it, and the lead character, Lupin, is a sort of a charismatic thief and, sort of a cheeky criminal character. And so I basically went off of what he looked like. He was just skinny and charming and sort of irreverent and in your face, and he was young, and so I kind of came at it with this kind of voice, and he kind of reminded me of me, and then we were recording it, and I was like, this is really cool. This movie, the shots are amazing, the sequences are incredible. So and then I found out down the road that it was Hayao Miyazaki, and I was kind of blown away. I'm glad I didn't know it when I was recording it, because it would have been too intimidating to do it properly. But that was the basic gist of it.
Okay, next question over here.
Hello again.
Hello, nice
Hi.
to see you.
My question is about, I know you've got a new video game coming out that you're doing some voice work on called The Long Dark.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the game itself and what it was like reuniting with Jennifer Hale for another project.
Oh yeah, well Jennifer is one of my favorite people in the whole world, and in fact she claims that it's because of her that I got Snake. That she's like, I told Chris to call you in, so yeah, but she also got me Star Wars: The Old Republic. I owe my whole career to Jennifer Hale, really, and that's what I meant when I was saying to you. You get to know people that are working in the industry, and they will recommend you to other people, and off you go. The Long Dark is it's a game done by a developer named Raphael van Lierop, big Canadian game developer with just top-notch Canadian talent. It's me, Mark Meir, Jennifer Hale, a number of other great people, and it's essentially it's an apocalyptic winter survival game, and I guess it's been the non-campaign mode has been out for a while, and now we're recording the story mode. We just did the first chapter. So I went up to Vancouver and I recorded it recently, and my part was so cool, and it's a different kind of voice and a really, really amazing part. So I'm thrilled to do it, and I'm thrilled to be able to do it again. But I did not do it with Jennifer. She had already recorded her stuff long before. So I did not see her in Vancouver, but I see her in Los Angeles all the time. Our families are friends, and we hang out. I hang out at her pool and swim, which is what you do.
Okay, next question over here.
First of all, I'm well aware of the amazing stuff you've done in terms of voice acting. It's brilliant.
Thank you.
But in terms of the writing aspect, if you ever got the opportunity, or if you were ever asked to do anything in terms of movies again, would you be able to do it? Would you say yes to anything like that?
Yeah, well, I work all the time. It's just they don't always get made. Yeah, I mean that's my main job. Is I'm a screenwriter. Really, my side job is voice acting and acting. You know, with acting, it's typically if somebody asks me to do it, I'll be like, yeah, okay, whatever. With writing, you know, it has to be something that I really love and that I think I'll be good at. But yeah, I'm working on a few. I'm working on a show right now that John Carpenter is attached to direct. So that's really cool because you know I fanboy out over him more than almost anybody. So yeah, no, I'm doing a bunch of stuff, and yeah, if somebody's got a movie that I think fits me, I'll certainly be down for it.
Okay, another question over here.
Hello.
Hello.
My brother and I are really, really big fans, but he's too shy to talk to you, so I want to ask you a question about one of his interests, even though I'm sure he has a more interesting question. How do you feel about dogs, and what is your favorite kind of dog?
I feel very positively towards dogs. And is this your brother next to you? Hello, nice to meet you. I have 4 dogs. Now, I didn't choose these dogs, so don't blame me, but we have 2 toy fox terriers. They're like little black and white sort of rat dogs, and they're fine. We have a little Chihuahua long-haired dachshund mix that we found on the street in Reseda, little street dog, who a friend of ours found and brought over to our house and said, you know, and my wife was like, what are we going to do with this dog? And I was like, look at her face. That's the cutest dog I've ever seen. We're keeping her. And so she's the luckiest street dog in the world. And then we just got a racing greyhound named Zephyr, who, I mean, just like the dog on The Simpsons, it's a big orange racing dog, and who now sleeps in my bed. And I was like, that's a very pointy dog, you know. And so he's always, you know, poking me, but he's very lovable and extremely fast. So I love dogs. To sum up, dogs, A-okay.
Do they all get on?
They do, yeah. They do. The little Chihuahua sort of rules the roost and snaps in the face of all the rest of them. But they essentially, we're all a big family. We also have a beautiful Burmese cat and my mother who lives in our house. So they all get along fine.
Okay, so we have a few quick fire questions in the TARDIS for you. So if we open it up, you want to
Allons-y.
put your hands in and pick out a question?
This is like a trap or something, isn't
It could
it?
be, you have to put your entire arm in.
Oh, sorry. No, that's fine. I think it was a Cyberman. Okay, I can't read this. Do I prefer Buffy the Vampire Slayer or the Vampire Diaries? Well, yeah, this was a trap. I have to say Buffy the Vampire Slayer because my wife used to work on it as a visual effects producer, and I've seen it. So those are the two reasons why I would choose that. I'm sure.
Good reason.
Yeah, I mean, I met Ian Somerhalder once at Comic-Con.
Oh, yeah?
And he's on Vampire Diaries.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've met one of them, and he seemed very nice. He was a very handsome person. But beyond that, I don't know anything about Vampire Diaries.
Yeah.
So
yeah, your
I'm
wife
sorry.
trumps him. That's fair. I think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I used to go and hang out while she was, you know, destroying vampires and all that stuff.
Oh,
It was
yeah?
pretty cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Another one. Careful.
No, sorry. Okay. Yeah, moving. Pointy. Do I prefer Ghostbusters or Back to the Future? That's tough. Well, I prefer Back to the Future. That is not. That's no diss on Ghostbusters. I think Ghostbusters is amazing and was one of the inspiring movies of my life. But Back to the Future changed my whole life. I mean, that's just an astoundingly perfect film. I mean, if my soul could turn into a film, it would probably be Back to the Future. So.
That is the consensus, I think. Back to the Future. Okay, another one.
Let's see here. Do I prefer Sonic Screwdriver? Yeah, it says Doctor Who, like I don't know what a Sonic Screwdriver is. Or Harry Potter wand. You know, I have to say Sonic Screwdriver. I love Harry Potter. I've also met Daniel Radcliffe, who's a delightful person. But I was a little old for Harry Potter when it came out. So, and Doctor Who, my daughter is 13, and we started watching them a few years ago and just got obsessed with it. So,
Who's your favorite Doctor?
David Tennant.
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot of agreement there.
You know, it's so funny because when he was coming to the end of his run, I thought, I'm never watching this again. What's the point? And I loved Matt Smith, and I love Peter Capaldi. They always come, they come up with these new doctors, and they're always amazing. But there was nobody like David Tennant. He's just electric. I mean, I don't even know how he does it. He's one of the most magical actors I've ever seen. And I just got to meet him at a con in Washington, D.C. about a month ago and introduced my daughter. So I was Dad of the Year that day. And he was so sweet. And so, yeah, David Tennant is the one.
Are you excited for Jodie Whittaker?
I'm very excited for Jodie Whittaker. I don't really know her very well as an actor, but I know the show well enough to know that I'll be like, oh my God, I love these people, So I'm very excited for it. I think that's really cool, and I think it's about time. I loved Michelle Gomez as Missy. Mm-hmm. I've gotten to meet her too. My job is very, very cool. I get to hang out with all these amazing. In fact, I was at a Comic-Con in Toronto. I was at Fan Expo. And I was walking along backstage, and you're really not supposed to bother each other backstage. And I saw her, and I was like, "Oh, hang on, you're Missy," and she's like, "That's right." And I was like, "Okay, well, I have to do a selfie with you." And she's like, "Let's do it." And it was pretty great. So I think it's great that Doctor Who can be anybody, and we were kind of disappointed because Pearl Mackie, who plays Bill, is a friend of mine, and we just thought she was amazing, and we were kind of wish they'd waited and made her the next Doctor, because she's so, she could do that. It seems like she'd really have the personality for that, but
you never know.
But you never know. So
okay, 2 more, I think. Yeah.
All right. What is my favorite snack? Well, very often I will dine on a tree frog. No, sometimes you dine on a tree frog. What's my favorite snack? Calorie Mate, Asahi beer. It's not really a snack, but I treat it as such. I think Maui sweet onion chips. That's probably my.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have those here, but.
Oh, you're missing out. They're really, really good. I guess they're crisps here, but good nonetheless.
Okay. All right. Final question.
All right. What have we got here? Who wrote these?
Me.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay,
very
yes,
good.
good answer.
Right. Excellent. Do you prefer dragons or dinosaurs? Well, I think dragons, right? I mean, dragons you can ride and talk to and use against your enemies, but
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ridden a dinosaur before.
No, and if they have, it probably went poorly.
Yep.
Yeah, dinosaur. Look, I also love dinosaurs. I don't want to diss the dinosaur community in case anybody's listening. But dragons are a little more up my alley. Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you so much for talking to us. It's been great having you here. And guys, if you want to see more of David, he will be signing over at his booth very shortly. But
That's true.
Once again, give it up for David Hayter.
Thank you. And thank you, Manchester, for being such a remarkable city and such an amazing group of people. Everybody's been so uniformly lovely and accommodating. So thank you for welcoming me into your city.
Why, some say, why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are willing to perform, and one we
Thank you.
flow, water flow. Can you feel the water now? Can you feel the water at your toes? At your toes, at your toes. Push a coin in a broken tree. Push a coin and really wish to see. Wish to see. See the sunlight shining bright. See the sunlight shining bright on me. On me. On me. Wind blows harder like a gale. It's harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales. Do you know where we're headed now? To the place where the silence seems to grow. To grow. All we hear is the ocean breeze. Time ticks on and it's getting hard to breathe. To breathe. To breathe. Light fades and the sun goes down. The sound of vultures circles all around. Around. See the water on the ground. See the water rushing, gushing down. Down, oh down. Wind blows harder like a gale. It's harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales. Wind blows harder like a gale. It's harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales.
I thought I found a way to love you. I thought I found a way to leave. But babe, I'm going crazy. Babe, I'm going crazy.
Hey guys, welcome back to the MCM Buzz Stage. I know you guys are having lots of fun here at MCM Manchester, and we still have lots more. I know it's Sunday, heading towards the sort of mid-afternoon, but just to wake you up, we will have the Incredible Hulk, aka Lou Ferrigno, here very shortly. He should be joining us in just a few minutes, and then after that, Manu Bennett, followed by our Mario Kart tournament. So stay tuned.
We're meant to be together, I know that's true, but I'm still stuck on the I love you. There has to be another way. No matter what we want or choose, we're still gonna end up getting bruised, so I'm not here to live or stay. A broken heart, see it crack. I just might come running back and see how happy we can be. It's something that me and them will do, then me and you are finally through, and I'll have to live myself and me. I thought I found a way to love you.
Should know much better not to fall for a girl in a sweater. She was cute, she was nice, she was fun. God knows how I told my mum. I could not help but stare. The way the light shined on her head. Spend the night cuddled up in bed. I remember every word she said. Let's stay this way. I won't go astray. Just stay with me. We'll sing and dance all night, sleep by the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Some say some cause she's not worth it, but I think that she's perfect. No one knows how she makes me happy. I'm always hers and I always will be. 6 months is a pretty short time, but I can't get you off my mind. Spend the night cuddled up in bed. I remember every word she said. Let's stay this way. I won't go astray. Just stay. We'll sing and dance all night, sleep by the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Tell me if it feels alright. Let's stay. all night, sleep on the moonlight, we'll see. And dance all night, tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart, your love kickstarts my heartbeat. And dance all night, tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah, tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Thanks very much. I'm gonna do a new one. I'll do a new one. It's a long, hard walk and a long way back. We walked so far that we lost our tracks. Oh, we walked for miles and we're nowhere near the destination that we want so clear. Oh, there's twists and turns along the way. Oh, now we can't stop walking and we just can't stay. Oh, the night draws in and the stars they say, oh, they say, hey there friend, do you know the way? Oh, we're never gonna make it, we're never gonna make it home. Home is where your heart lies. Never gonna make it, never gonna make it home. Home is where your heart is. Home is where your heart lies now.
Hi, guys.
Can you hear me? How are everybody? This is a
Say-
great town, Manchester. You people are fantastic. I'm having a great time so far.
Northern love, right?
Yeah.
How are you? Everyone say hello to Lou Ferrigno.
Perfect.
More of a cheer than hello, I guess. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, you know, even though it's a little warm in California,
Uh-huh.
but you know, I'm not used to the rain here. But other than that, the environment's great.
Uh-huh.
I've been to London. I've been to many places. I just finished making a movie in London at the Leeds Castle about 2 months ago. The comedy of Game of Thrones called Purge of Thrones. I played the role of Ned, so check it out.
Fantastic. Can't wait to see that. Are you a Game of Thrones fan?
Believe I never seen the show, but I had to watch it in order to get involved with portray the character.
Mm-hmm. So how about now? Are you a Ned Stark fan?
Well, I mean, I got 4 films coming out. I just finished a movie in Bristol about 2 years ago called Instant Death. And then I have another movie called Enter the Fire. It's a great action film. So I've been very busy.
So you're a fan of the action still, obviously, and that's obviously where you started out, along with the bodybuilding. And but now, obviously, you're doing a lot of conventions in between your movies. And I'm wondering, is there something particular that you always take with you to conventions, something that you don't travel without?
I take my muscles. I make sure I always bring my muscles with me. Anyway, no, I bring great pictures and personal photos of myself. And also, you know, every time I do a convention, different people like different photos.
Yeah.
It's funny, like United States, they like certain photos, but over here they like photos that I've never seen before that I would bring with me. It's a mixture, there's a variety.
Oh, really? And is there much other differences between the fans, say, in the US and here?
Well, I've done conventions all over Europe, but Manchester is a very, very warm town. Like, people are very gracious. They keep thanking you for coming. So it's a wonderful hospitality. It's one of my favorite places. I've never done a show here before.
Mm-hmm. So you'll be back, I guess.
Oh yeah, I love it.
And speaking of obviously the fans of yours, you've inspired lots of people over the ages, certainly with your acting and with the bodybuilding and the fitness aspect. But you've also inspired your own family because your son is following your footsteps now, isn't he?
Yeah, my son is 32. He has the same name, and he's filming 2 different TV series called Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and SCIS, the 2 American TV series. Also a lot of commercials. He's blonde, and he's almost tall as me. But he doesn't want to be
That's him,
big as
isn't
I
it?
am because he wants to, to be lean, and he wants to have that GQ look.
Is that him behind, isn't it? Both his
Right here.
Yeah.
That's my younger son, but this is here. He's 32. He has the same name. Yeah.
And did you coach him at all to enter the show business? Did you give him any tips on
No,
coaching?
because I spent most of my life bodybuilding, competing. So my kid, I never pushed him to go into show business because show business is the business of rejection. And so I made the choice. I said to them, it's your choice, and that's what you want. But the important thing is that if you're going to be an actor, you have to know your craft. You have to study. Not anybody could be an actor. It's not like you get a small part in a film and you have a career. It's all about how well you identify with the character, how you present yourself. So I've been in the business for 40 years, but that's what he chose to do. He graduated from USC.
And because he had said that in seeing you on set, visiting sets with you had inspired him.
Yeah, my son was little. I was filming the Return of the Hulk. So when I finished the series, then I never had kids then. So we came back about maybe, 1980, about 7 years later. So I got all made up in green makeup and started the motorhome. So he came to the set with my wife. And I remember when I opened the door, I said, "Hi, how you doing?" I was all in makeup. He looked at me, he ran away. So my wife ran after him. She said, "What's wrong?" He said, "Keep Daddy in the motorhome and keep the door locked." I was just scared the poor guy. So anyway, he watched how I was filming at the Hulk at the time, and he's very taken back by the filming, and I could tell that he had an aspiration for it.
And well, it's certainly great that he's followed in your footsteps, and you're sort of following in your father's footsteps now as a policeman, I believe, in the sheriff's department.
Yeah, I'm a deputy sheriff. I went through the academy about 13 years ago because I wanted to be a certified police officer. So I took 6 months. I went through the academy, the shooting, the driving, taking the test. It was like going back to college. And I have piles of books on my table, studying and memorizing, because when you take a test, you have like 17 exams to take, and they have a clock. And if you fail, you're out. So for like almost 5 to 6 months, it was very tedious, but it changed my life because I do a lot of search and rescue, saving people's lives, and I love being an officer too.
Did you ever get recognized as a sheriff?
Oh yeah, but this time I get their autograph instead of mine because they have to sign the ticket.
They're getting rescued by the Hulk. They must love that.
Exactly. So they'll smile very long because especially if they commit a crime, then I have to intervene.
And I think you're working in the same sheriff's department as Steven Seagal, is that right?
No, Steven Seagal was never certified. He was deputized in Louisiana. I'm a sheriff in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
That's the biggest sheriff department in the United States.
And so apart from still working as in the sheriff's department and the acting side of it, are you still doing much on the fitness side?
Yes, I do a lot of work with the fitness. I have a great website. My daughter and I call Ferrignofit.com. It teaches you how to become your own personal trainer because a lot of people can't afford a personal trainer. So it's like for $99, like 3 months, you get customized meal plan, how to train, what to do anywhere in the world. And I have my own bodybuilding competition I promote every year. So this November 18th will be my 4th year. We have the bikini, the fitness, and the classic because it's very popular now. And you have men and women competing. So I'm always involved in the physical fitness too because myself, I train every day, I eat good, and all about keeping a healthy lifestyle.
Do you have any food sort of guilty pleasures, something that you like to have occasionally?
I have the ability now if I want to cheat, I'll take a small amount because years ago, when I was younger, I would maybe have a whole cake or maybe have a whole pizza. But it's just now, maybe once in a while, I go by how I feel. But when I do splurge, I make sure the next day I do twice as much cardio to burn off the fat. Because I do now about 30, 40 minutes of cardio and 20, 30 minutes of weight training. It's all about consistency. You don't have to kill yourself. If you eat right, you sleep right, and you train right. But if you haven't got enough sleep, then sleep faster.
And so is cake your vice? Is that what you go for? Or chocolate? Or
You mean about training? It's all about consistency.
Mhm.
You can't train on weekends to make up for it. You try to train at least 3 or 4 times a week. But the good thing about today, there's so many different machines you can use. Like if you have injuries, if you can't run, you can do cardio machine. If you can't lift barbells and dumbbells, you have machine. There's no excuse for anybody.
I know that at one point you were the personal trainer for Michael Jackson. And what were you sort of doing for him and how, obviously at the time, I believe it was on the run up to when he was supposed to be doing his London shows. So what was your sort of lasting memory of him?
Well, Michael, I've trained him on and off for about 20 years. He wanted to keep it a secret. So anyway, I admire his passion for music, and he admired my passion for fitness. So he would come to me 10 o'clock at night because the guy didn't sleep much. So I said to him, I have to charge you a lot more money. He goes, that's fine, I'll pay you whatever you want. So it's okay, Michael. So Michael would come to me, I would do like stretching with him, light toning. The guy was a great guy. So I trained him on and off for 20 years. One night, it was about 11:30, and he said to me, could you just turn the stereo up? And he started to do the moonwalk across my whole gym. I couldn't believe it. I said to myself, this is unbelievable. 11:30 at night, right about 10 feet from me. The guy was incredible. And he was a very genuine person. Though I trained him the second time, I had to go on the book tour. So apparently, he was in debt for $420 million. He was supposed to appear here in London. But then I think what happened with, he overdid himself and he died from taking that drug, propofol, whatever happened with that doctor. So he was a very close friend of mine, and it's just that the guy was the greatest. So, people like that don't come anymore.
Do you have a favorite song of his?
Not really. I don't follow music that much. So I like the one he did from Thriller.
Of course, one of the classics.
So many great.
Absolutely.
What's the other one? Moon something? What it called? Moonraker? Not Moon something? I think Joe Pesci was in it. Don't you follow Michael Jackson?
I do. I can't think. Which song are we talking about? Oh, Smooth Criminal.
Yeah. Good job.
Well done. And obviously we have to talk about the Hulk because you've got lots of fancy. I can see some T-shirts with the Hulk on in the audience. Do you still remember the first audition that you did for that series?
I remember what?
Do you remember doing your auditions for the Hulk?
Well, the makeup, it took like 3 or 4 hours to put on, and I would be the first one on the set and the last one to leave. So all day I had to be retouched. So I would be sitting like this in the motorhome all day with a bathrobe and an air conditioner on my face to keep the temperature down. So a lot of times there was a lot of incidents that happened. One time I was filming, I think it was the 3rd season. So I was inside the motorhome all made up, having a cup of coffee. And I heard a knock on the door. I said, come in. Knock, knock, ice cream. I said, come in. I wasn't looking. A guy comes in the motorhome, salt pepper hair with glasses, and a little boy, he said, excuse me, my name is Cary Grant, the famous Cary Grant movie star. And he said, I'm here for my nephew from England. I'd like to take a picture. I couldn't talk. I didn't know what to say. He must have really thought I was really the Hulk. So we took a picture. I was very ecstatic. That's one of my favorite memories because that's how the Hulk was such a beloved character. Every nationality embraced the character. So it's beautiful because 40 years now, and it's still the biggest franchise.
Absolutely. I mean, he is as popular as ever now, and there's still new iterations coming out, certainly with Mark Ruffalo being the newest iteration of the Hulk. Why do you think he is such a popular character?
Well, you see, every one of us has a little boy, a little Hulk inside of us. So when we get angry, the things we want to do, the Hulk express for us, like smashing phone booths, going to walls, breaking doors in taxi cab. So it's like a release for us. That's what makes it so popular. And also, at the time when I did the series, every episode had a wonderful message. You learn from it. It had to do with depression, anxiety. Like there's one episode, a father that was bullying his son. At the end, you see the Hulk bully him. But you learn the message is very powerful because it had nothing to do with drug, sex, or violence. It was a clean show, and now it had an audience of like 3 different generations.
And so, if you were going to bring back the Hulk now with the special effects that we have nowadays compared to the 70s, is there anything particular that you would like to see in an episode?
I would like to see the Hulk, for example, speaking, talking more.
Mhm.
Because at the time when I did the series, I showed what you call pantomime. That means acting when not speaking. But I was able to show the sensitivity. That's what people was attracted to. But I think today, you see, when Bill Bixby died, if he didn't pass away, we're going to do another show called The Revenge of the Hulk, where the Hulk had Bruce Banner's brain, and he actually had the conversation. But unfortunately, Bill passed on. But in the new Thor movie coming out, you see the Hulk speak. And there'll be a surprise in the movie, I won't tell you, so you'll enjoy it.
Oh,
It's
something
a
to
big
look out
surprise.
for.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Bill Bixby there, who was your alter ego in the Hulk. He directed some of the episodes. Was that something that you ever considered doing?
I don't want to tell other actors what to do because actors could be very difficult. I'd much rather work with the actor. Bill was a wonderful director because when he directed the last 2 shows, I was excited because nobody knows better how to bring the best out of the Hulk and the show besides him. He was a wonderful actor, producer, and director. And unfortunately, he passed away at 59. But when I was a kid, I used to watch him all the time. And the Hulk at the time was his 4th TV series.
And you've since then you've done quite a few sort of cameos as the Hulk, essentially in I Love You Man and obviously King of Queens. Do you have any kind of favorite lines from those?
Well, I love the movie. I love you, man. When I said, I'm not the Hulk, I'm a person.
Yeah.
So because Jason Segel got out of line, so I put him in a headlock. And the best part when I have him in a headlock, I kept saying to him, don't fight it, don't fight it. And you see the poor guy going down. And at the time when I did the scene, I really held my arm really tight. I think he was a little scared. So I don't think he wanted to argue with me.
I actually loved it when you appeared in one of the sort of sci-fi favorites, Chuck, and you basically have a slapping fight with Zachary Levi on set. How fun was that?
Which one?
In the TV show Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck, I did the 1 episode. It was very funny because we had to rehearse that fight scene when I came in because a lot of times I would burst out laughing. But, you know, a lot of times you see the outtake, and then it took me about 8 to 10 takes to get it serious because it was so funny. I couldn't help laughing at the director, and the whole scene was funny.
So he had to slap you a lot then.
Exactly.
So I know you guys must have questions for Lou. If you want to stick your hands up for me and I'll come around to you.
You have to repeat it to me because I'm not used to the accent here.
Sure.
Are you voicing the Hulk in Thor Ragnarok?
Are you voicing the Hulk in Thor Ragnarok?
There'll be a big surprise more than you expect, so just wait till the film comes out.
Any more questions?
Any other questions back here? Don't be shy, raise your hand.
Oh, there's one over here.
Children always got the best question.
What was it like playing the Hulk?
What was it like playing the Hulk?
It was a lot of fun. The makeup was hard, but I loved the character because I was the Hulk my whole life. So when it was interesting, when the makeup was completed, when I'm on the set, I never saw myself as the Hulk because when you have the makeup on, you can't see yourself. And I remember every time I did a scene, the crew would clap because it was like an instant gratification with them. But the character was beautiful because, you know, being the Hulk my whole life, because growing up as a kid, I had to overcome adversity. I had a severe speech impediment, a hearing problem, so I was bullied a lot. So I was being the Hulk my whole life, so that's why I got a chance to play the Hulk. I brought a lot of that to the character, and that's what made the character so beloved.
And was it kind of a dream come true for you? Because I know you were a comic book fan as a child.
Yes, when I was young, I collected a lot of comic books. Like I had the first issue of the Hulk and Spider-Man. I traded them for Muscle magazine. I should have stayed there because I could have bought this building. The first comic of the Hulk and Superman's worth like $1 million.
Yeah.
Like for example, 3 months ago, a friend of mine, a promoter, had the first issue of Superman, and he had it in a case, and he took it out of his briefcase and showed it to me. It was worth $1.7 million, the first issue.
Wow.
And I'm holding it like I don't want to drop it, but it's amazing the value.
And have you seen the new Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man Homecoming?
Not yet, but I'm dying to see it because I know they keep changing Spider-Man. I love the first one. What's his name?
Tobey Maguire?
Yeah, great. But apparently this movie's making a lot of money, and I understand this kid is very good. But I like the kind of movies because the fact that you connect, because every one of us is a superhero, and we're connected with power. So when you see this film, it takes you out of your imagination, And in a time like this, we're dealing with so many different problems. It's a great entertainment because we have a chance to escape. Like when I was a kid, when I read the comic books, I was a real-life Walter Mitty. I used to love comics because I used to escape my imagination, and then it was fun for me. It took me out of reality.
So if they were going to bring any new sort of comic characters to life, is there any particular that you'd really like to see on the screen?
I think most of it, all of it, been done. I would love to do a character that's never seen before, like I did a movie in Bristol, England, 2 years ago called Instant Death.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very powerful film. It's a very emotional film, and it's stuff you've never seen do before as an actor. But it's not for kids, for adults too. But it deals with violence and how you see this guy deal with justice. A lot of people really like the film.
Absolutely. And did you enjoy living in Bristol and filming it?
You know, I was in Bristol for the whole summer. It was a lot of fun. You know, English people are different than American people. They bomb on you differently. Mm-hmm. And at the beginning, I think they were being mean and being rude. But when they bomb on you, they kid with you. It's a different connection. I like that. But the interesting thing is that when I was making this film, everybody had a different accent. Like people from Liverpool.
Yeah.
I can't understand. They mix the words. And then you got somebody from another part of England. Yeah. So I'm like saying, what to make sure. It's amazing the way they enunciate the word. It's British. But I really love the British people, and especially you have a mixture of different nationalities, and they have that unity, and it's beautiful, the beautiful different culture.
Great. Well, we also want to learn a little bit more about your preferences. So we have a TARDIS here full of questions. So if you'd like to pick out a question and read it out and give us your answer. Do you want me to read it for you? Okay.
I have no glasses, so you have to read it.
Okay. So, do you prefer the sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who or a Harry Potter wand?
I think Harry Potter.
Uh-huh. Okay, next question. If you want to pull one out. Okay. Do you prefer dragons or dinosaurs?
That's a good question. I think dinosaur.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Well, because it goes back to the beginning of time, prehistoric time, especially Earth. Mm-hmm. So it's more believable for me. Dragon, you know, is more
fantastical.
Yeah, exactly. The dragon, you know.
Okay, next question.
An interesting question.
There we go. Okay. Who is your favorite Marvel Avenger?
What do you think?
No idea.
The Incredible Hulk. Hulk smash.
Next question.
Okay, last one.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Did you make up this question?
I did. What is your TV guilty pleasure?
My TV guilty pleasure? Guilty pleasure. I think watching movies, not watching the news, not watching what Donald Trump is twittering, not watching. I like to watch good Food Network.
The Food Network.
Yeah, especially different shows about different chefs, how they cook the food, how they prepare the food, and it's interesting how they grow this food and where does it come from. Especially the different reality shows, a lot about food. I just like it because it gives you creative ideas about food.
Are you a good cook?
I'm okay, but I eat very simple. You know, it's funny, when I eat, this is amazing. Every time I eat, I tell the waiter in the restaurant, I want a small dinner salad, just lettuce, tomatoes, and a couple of raw mushrooms and 2 green olives. They bring me a bowl this big, 20 olives, 30 tomatoes. I said, I'm not the Hulk over here. I don't eat that much, but they just can't get it right. So I eat very simple, like I have egg whites in the morning with an omelet, and they cook it wrong. So my favorite way of cooking is that I like to cook food for myself, a very simple food. Like, for example, I like chicken, steak, good healthy food, but nothing fancy though. I'm not a fancy cook.
Good and simple.
Are you a good cook?
No.
Shame on you.
I know, I used to learn.
If you want a nice husband and boyfriend, they say the secret of a good marriage is to keep a clean house and being a good cook.
Good to know.
Now you know.
Thank you very much. On that note, we're going to end it. Everyone give it up for the fantastic
Thank you for coming.
Ferrigno.
I'll be at my table there, so It's been great. I plan to come back again. You guys are great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was great. So if you want to see the interviews later, they'll be up on the.
I wanna feel as if you're running now. Oh, it's not too late to feel alive. Oh, you can do it if you try. Oh, we don't need to say goodbye. Oh, it's not too late to feel alive. Oh, passing the past and always should we run too long and then just maybe you will see the light. Running too long but just get out of trust me baby we'll get better. Take my hand and see. It's not too late to feel alive. Oh, you can do it if you try. Oh, we don't need to say goodbye. Oh, it's not too late to feel alive. Oh, happy days. I tried to be strong, but I can't carry you on my own. You found another, able to do it all alone. Asked you for assistance, you just left for someone else. I'll get an answer to see if I can prove myself. And I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. All I know is I wanna spend my whole life with you. And I don't know where to stand, and I don't know where to stay. All I want is to get back the love from yesterday. This love is water soaked, and we can buy the rain. I'm lost for answers, something I cannot explain. You told me, baby, everything is gonna be alright. So here I'm standing, alone and dark, walking in the night. And I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. All I know is I wanna spend my whole life with you. And I don't know where to stand, and I don't know where to stay. I just want to get back the love from yesterday.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly.
Hi guys, I am Tanya VP and it is Sunday, 30th September 2017. We are in Manchester, but can you guess where we are? Maybe these clues will help you out. Have you figured it out yet? I am on the Iron Throne experience here at MCM Manchester in the GMX Centre, and we hope to see you guys down here shortly. We're here all day. Don't worry if you can't make it, because we are live streaming the MCM Buzz stage on YouTube, on Twitter and on Facebook. So hopefully see you soon.
Reach into our TARDIS. and pull out a question.
Who is your favorite Marvel Avenger? Spider-Man. It's easy.
What's your favorite snack?
All of them at once.
Prefer aliens or demons?
I think aliens. I've just encountered nicer ones.
Do you prefer doing a seance or being hypnotized? Seance every day.
Yeah, I think so as well, because you can remember what happened.
Okay. Lord of the Rings or Hunger... Lord of the Rings.
Oh no.
What's your TV guilty pleasure?
1, 2, 3.
Love Island.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I am Tanya VP and
Hi guys, I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday afternoon. We have, I know one person is over there, fantastic. We are here on the MCM Buzz stage all afternoon, and next up we have the wonderful Manu Bennett from Arrow, from Shannara. He will be joining us very shortly at about 3 o'clock, and then after that will be the Mario Kart tournament. There is still time to get down here. If you don't know where we are, we're at the back of the hall, and we will be starting again at 3, so hopefully see you then.
like I fought all my life for this. This 1/3, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran
like you were already mine. Surreal to me how you make me feel wild and calm at the same time. Never felt so alive. Thought I was crazy until I reached out and saw your hand there waiting for mine. Like the stars had all aligned. I lay beside today, tonight. Your vibe, desire, our eyes on fire. And I breathe your aura, can I leave your aura? You have me like gravity. You don't have to try it, it's just like a magnet. You have me like gravity.
Oh, hello. Hi, guys. Look who we have on our sofa. It's Manu Bennett. Say hi.
Hi.
Or Kiora, maybe.
Look at these young kids. I love this. Yeah. Hey, guys. What's your name? Connor. Hey, nice to meet you, Connor. What's your name? Aiden? Elliot. Hey, kid, that's a good outfit. I know that guy. Hey.
Guy/girl now, I guess. Theo's
It's
taken
like
it.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's good to have you here again. I heard that you've been traveling around everywhere from Iceland to Ireland. How's that been?
You know, probably one of the greatest gifts of doing what I do is I get the chance to see the world. You know, doing conventions especially, I get to travel to places all around the world, and aside from the jet lag sometimes, it's just awesome. You know, it's awesome to know the world. And I'm glad I get that opportunity, you know. I'm glad to be in Manchester. You know why? You know why I'm glad to be in Manchester? Because my name, Manu, right? When I walk around to people and they go, you know, if I meet people and they don't know I'm an actor and I introduce myself and I go, I'm Manu. Usually they go, what? Because it's an unusual name, right? But I always say Manu, like Man-U, like Manchester United. Seriously.
So they're calling you Manu now?
Yeah, well, you know, that's one
Why
way to
not?
explain it, yeah.
And I think last time I saw you, you were in Paris, and you treated the audience to a little hacker dance. You're pretty good at it. Can you give us a little tease?
No, I pull that out only when it's, yeah. I'm not like a dog, you know.
Special occasions.
But yeah, every now and then I pull that out. You know, the haka's kind of like something from my culture that's, you know, it's awesome. You know, it's an awesome thing. You know, like sometimes as men, you know, one of the things that was really a privilege for me to do was the show Spartacus, to play Crixus. Like as a man, that was one hell of a role. You know, not only because I got to play a gladiator, but because I got to show my heart. You know, I got to be broken. And as men, sometimes we don't face up to that, you know. Sometimes we're just too busy being men to really show that we've got something here, you know. And so it was interesting playing that role because it gave me a lot of ability to be vulnerable as well as strong. And, you know, but the haka is a Maori custom, you know, where I guess when you're in the face of battle, you better forget about doing the dishes or making the bed or going clothes shopping. It's time for battle. And the haka is like a performance that male warriors would do when they were in the face of battle. And it was really about forgetting who you are. And the words are usually tied into your tribe. They're usually, you know, I mean, everybody's watched Braveheart, you know, with you know, Mel Gibson rallying all the little boys from Scotland who came out of their village and now they're standing in the face of the fucking, you know, the battle, you know. Did I just swear? Sorry, kid. But you know, yeah. So you know, as a Maori, I love to be able to know that feeling of doing the haka. As a matter of fact, when I did Spartacus, before I went out and fought in any arena scene, whenever I had a gladiatorial fight, I'd always go off to the side of the stage before I went on and do the haka. And you know, it was a way of
So riling yourself up.
yeah, just getting out of your normal mindset, because you know, I guess battle's kind of, you know, I've never been in battle, you know, but sometimes when I meet people, sometimes usually, you know, when I'm in America a lot, I end up meeting guys who are soldiers, who are like in Afghanistan or whatever, and a lot of these guys have got PTSD. But our show was kind of a show that was very popular with these guys, and because you know they're over there in the middle of the real battle, and they're losing brothers, and it was something they associated with. And you know, when this guy walks up to me, you know, like, and this has happened on several occasions, and they walk up and they shake my hand and they go, you know, when I was in Afghanistan, you know, and I lost a lot of my friends, we used to sit around and watch Spartacus, and I didn't even know how to have that responsibility. Aside from this, I never became an actor because I wanted to be famous. I never became an actor because I wanted to act. I lost my brother in my arms when I was 14, and that's what made me an actor, because somewhere in the thread of humanity, we all feel the same. And if I can do anything to make that connection with people about where we're from, that's what I do as a job. Sometimes it's bullshit, and I'm sitting on a set with a bunch of stupid actors, all on their phones, Twitter, Facebook. But when I get that little moment where I read a script and it says, you got to put it all on the line, that's what I like to do. And I think I got that opportunity with Crixus. Sometimes I get it with Slade. Well, I get it with Slade.
Well, certainly people are really happy to see you back as Slade Wilson on Arrow.
Oh, okay. On a positive note.
Absolutely. But you created a bit of a storm on Twitter with that whole sort of thing of Mark Guggenheim and Stephen Amell were sort of welcoming you back for the finale, but you were sort of denying you were in it.
Well,
what was
you know, that was about somebody saying I was going to be on the show before I'd even signed the contract.
Uh-huh. Oh, right.
And nobody has the right to do that, right? So I wrote back WTF because I own me. They don't own me until I sign a contract, right? And so that happened, and then I wrote in Twitter, assumption is the mother of all ... because really it wasn't right for them to make that announcement before I'd signed a contract. At the end, me and Stephen and Mark Guggenheim made a really interesting, circumstance on Twitter, because initially it was real, and then we went, this has got a lot of reaction, hasn't it? Let's play with it. So we just played with it a bit. But at the end of the day, I said to Mark Guggenheim, why don't we use that line? Assumption is the mother of all ... I mean, when I wrote that on Twitter, it was kind of like meant to be the swear word. But when we had the discussion and we ended up doing the scene, we made it a line like, assumption is the mother of all failures. That was not a line in the script. It was a line between us initially, and we used it in the script. But, sometimes you just got to stand your ground, and I don't mind standing my ground. When you're in this industry, there's a lot of bullshit. Sorry, kid. And you got to stand your ground, You can get beat up in this industry big time. And, sometimes I, maybe say a bit too much, but, when you're in there with some really creative people that want you 100%, sometimes you got to stand your ground,
Well, it was great to see you back, and I know that because of the Twitter reaction and things like that, you are back, and you're now back for season 6. It's been announced recently by Stephen Amell for multiple episodes. Any idea what kind of arc you'll be taking?
I mentioned my son in season 1, and
in the finale again, I guess.
That's about as much information as I can give you. But I was pretty amazed that they could take the Slade character and bring it back into relationship with Oliver, after killing his mother. It was a big leap of faith to try to convince an audience that you could do something like that and come back to the original relationship after something like that had happened. However, I always believed that season 1 was about such a strong relationship between Oliver and Slade that the audience has a heart that belongs to that story. And the Mirakuru kind of was like, it's like having somebody who's an alcoholic or something, and then they go to AA and they come out of it redeemed, and you just, you have to make a decision that, you can accept this person back. And I couldn't believe they could pull that off in that one episode, but they did. And now Oliver and I are back to kind of like an original relationship, which is really phenomenal, I mean, when I killed his mother, when I did that scene, I thought there was no coming back from that. I actually thought I'd come to Comic-Cons and women would go like, you bastard, But it was interesting because when you lay the foundations of a real character, when you play vulnerability, especially, when you play a character that really doesn't live on a surface level, but and as an actor, you have this opportunity to go deep. You can, or you don't have to. I mean, some actors can just really put it on the surface level. Clint Eastwood can go one character and be a very, very, very strong character. You know, I tend to act so that I've got that, but then you go deep and you see the emotion, and somehow, you know, like, I believe we're all like that. Again, I refer to men, you know, tough boy. You know, it's seldom that we really reveal ourselves, even to our partners, you know. And you know, there's this side of life that you know, like, I find it my responsibility sometimes, and you know, because I chose this art because of difficulty in my early life, I find it the beautiful opportunity is to show emotions, to show sort of men on two sides, tough and vulnerable, and that's what I work on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that kind of brings me to one of the things that was said in the recent season 6 trailer. Is Slade says we walk in two worlds, and it's hard to walk in those two worlds. So can you explain what that means?
I think that's a setup. No, well, you know, I mean, it's a, you know, it's interesting when I was looking at Steve's face when I did that scene. I looked at Stephen. I didn't look at Oliver. I looked at Stephen and Mel. And when I played the scene, I wanted to find as much truth in it as I could. And I remember looking at Stephen, like, he's got kids and I've got kids. And half the time I kind of like have this mixed relationship with Stephen and Mel. He's kind of a quiet guy, and him and me don't talk that much, to be honest, right? He's very busy. Everyone wants to talk to him. He's number one on the call sheet. And we don't really talk that much. We shake hands. We know we work well together. We know it. I know he knows it, and I know it. But when I was looking at his face in that scene, and it's such a great line, we walk in two worlds, you and I. But it can't go on forever. What a statement. What a great statement to say to another man. You know, and it can mean so many things. But when I looked at Steve, it was one thing that sort of, you know, because I don't know him that well, but I watched his Twitter feeds and stuff over the last couple of months, and he was on holidays, and he was with his kids. And I've got 3 girls. And, like, you know, as an actor, it's such a bullshit world. Sorry, kid. Right? All this fame or whatever the hell it is, you know, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. But we have to live with it. And he has to live with it. And I know that once he went to Hawaii and stayed in a hotel, and he got so hit by fans all over the place that he had to move out of that hotel and go to another hotel. And, you know, I know that in his real life that he probably struggles with that fame, right? So when I said to him that line, I kind of slipped out of being Slade and Oliver. I sort of meant to be Manu and Steve and Amel. And I looked at him and I said to him, we live in two worlds, you and I. But it can't go on forever. And I spoke to him, and it was a really great moment. But not on my shot. When I did it on my shot, I was a bit tense. I did 2 takes myself, and both times I went, oh, I'm just too... They shot my direction first. I wish it was like Crash, like the movie Crash, when they had De Niro and Pacino. They put 2 cameras on them so that they could get the real moment. They shot me, then they shot him. And when they shot Steve's side, I got it right. And I'll always regret that. I'll always regret that the best take was... But it was better like that because that was when I was addressing him and I was more honest somehow. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think it worked. Are you guys excited to see him in Arrow Season 6? Yeah. Absolutely. And but, you know, obviously you're saying you're working a lot, mainly really with Stephen Amell on the show. Are you excited to be working with anyone else now?
You know, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, like there's a whole bunch of new characters on that show. Yeah. To be honest, in the first episode, which I can't really talk about, can I? but there was this moment where I'm meant to be with the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and this scene was written that, you know, the group and Slade Deathstroke run off together. And I said to Mark Guggenheim, I said, is this going to be a musical? You know, like, no. No, but I asked him, I said, it sort of doesn't feel right, does it? And Mark agreed with me, and so there's a very specific scene where I say, it's in the trailer. There's a trailer that's out now for season 6, and I say, you know, I'm gonna, what's the word? I say, you guys will never get off this island in time, or something like that. I'll take my own chances.
Yeah.
And I walk off.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of just wanting to preserve the strength of the relationship between Slade and Oliver, just on that level, because it's such a sort of standalone little relationship that I just don't want to get caught up in the group and be like, hey, high five, yeah, you know. Anyway, you'll see that in the first episode, yeah.
Well, yeah, because obviously we have that trailer now. And did you know, because at the moment everyone's wondering who survived the island, did you know at the time when you were shooting the finale that you would be coming back for season 6?
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you know, like Mark Guggenheim rang me. I was a bit, to be honest, when you're sort of involved in this industry, you don't really get a phone call until they need you, you know. And like I knew that, you know, season 1, season 2 of Arrow, we'd done a really good job, you know. There was a really great relationship between Oliver and I. We took the drama, you know, to a really, really nice level. And I thought very much in that moment that it was kind of it suddenly went, and I didn't hear from them. Mm-hmm. Mark Guggenheim said they wanted me back. They brought me back for 1 episode in season 3, which I don't know. I didn't really, and I publicly commented on it. I didn't really feel like I got back into the skin of Slade. It was like this kind of like. It was sort of just a tool to make something work for their storyline and sort of give a glimpse of Slade, but I kind of felt like it was... Anyway, I commented on that and whatever. Mm. But Mark called me and said, you know, I got to tell you this, Manu, because I rang him from Los Angeles about a year and a half ago, and I said, Mark, you know, the fans really want Deathstroke. What's the story? Like, is there an issue, or is there a problem, or what's going on? Because I don't know why you're not responding to the fans. And at the time, it was because of Batman the movie, you know, and DC had sort of pulled a reserve on Deathstroke because Joe Manganiello, who's actually a friend of mine, Joe's an awesome guy, and if he, you know, I think the Batman movie's going ahead, and you know, he's potentially, I think he's going to play Deathstroke. And I wish him the very best. I mean, Joe's an awesome guy. He's also like that. He's that real superhero height, and he'll look great in the outfit. I mean, I wonder how much gray matter he can create in 90 minutes. You know, the great thing about television is you get to develop characters. It's like slow cooking, slow food. You know, when you cook, when you really cook, you know, you can't just flip something on a frying pan and flip it out. You know, like to me, working on television creates really strong characters. I think that most people would agree that, you know, today, the quality of television, you have relationships with television shows that really get you invested in the characters, and almost more than film now. But film still has that pedigree. Yet I think that to really create a character, when you get time on, like I remember like watching Vikings and seeing Ratnar, you know, watching his evolution over those series, I loved it, and you know, I try to do that same thing with Crixus or Slade or Alanon in the Shannara Chronicles. I like to cook these characters. You can slowly peel the onion open, and people wait for it, and they wait for it, and they wait for it, and it happens, and it's so, I think it's more emotionally shifting. Whereas, you know, a film, you know, Joe's going to get 90 minutes to be Deathstroke. And he might pop on the screen like in the best shot possible with special effects and everything and look amazing as Deathstroke. But it's really going to be what's in his voice and where he's coming from, you know, that'll create Slade Wilson, you know, because Slade Wilson's a complex character. But I wish him the best, and he's a great guy. So I really, really wish him the best.
Well, to me, I think you're always going to be Deathstroke, the Deathstroke. I'm sure that lots of you guys agree out there as well.
Well, hey.
Personally, I think I'd like to see you take over in the Suicide Squad because there's an opening there.
Yeah, well, you know, Warner Brothers have started that new series, but I don't think it's going to be me. I think their demographic is kind of like, and I think they're casting people kind of in a certain age group, and so they're sort of going for a certain pitch with that show. But you know, I mean, you know, like right now, I'm really happy and I'm proud to be part of a show called The Shannara Chronicles. Does anybody watch The Shannara Chronicles?
Yes, absolutely.
Put your hand up if you do watch The Shannara Chronicles, right? Only a few people, right? I mean, that book series is an amazing book series, you know? And Terry has been somewhat shortchanged a little bit by the MTV kind of demographic push, and I'll say it, and I don't care that I'm saying it. But our producers have done a really amazing job to make season 2 something special. Season 1, I think we were a product. We were kind of like pushing all these elements that had to make us a television show that would work for a network and work in a certain formula. And we were all kind of just being sort of made a certain shape. And it was still a wonderful season. I only watched the first few episodes, and I didn't see the last 5 or something until just recently on the plane when I was flying. I was on the plane, so I watched it, and I was like, far out. I didn't realize the last 5 episodes were so good. They were actually really, really good. I mean, once Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and all these things have left, there's people want that fantasy genre, and I think with Shannara, we're presenting it. As a matter of fact, you know, the people that I'm working with in New Zealand on the Shannara Chronicles, because you guys never see the background stuff, they're all the people that did The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, all the makeup artists, all the costume designers, all the set designers. They're #1 New Zealand practitioners. They're our best, and they're doing a great job on Shannara Chronicles visually. Now I think season 2 we've delivered, and it's going to be interesting to see how this show, because we got swapped out from MTV to Spike Television, but you know, we're about to present Shannara Chronicles season 2, which I think is going to change the game for the show, and I'm really sort of excited because they took my character Alan on and they made some things happen that really challenged me as an actor. And you know, I mean, after doing Crixus and after doing Slade Wilson, sometimes you get pushed into so many directions as an actor. You think like, wow, how can I act more than in these extreme circumstances? They gave me something new on Shannara to play with. And it's as a father, that's how it tested me. You'll see. But it's going to be a really interesting second season. So for you guys who put your hand up, season 2 of Shannara is something special. I feel it. And for you who haven't seen it, if you like my work, watch Shannara Chronicles. It's a bloody good show. Sorry, kid.
I mean, for me, I was wondering as well, because at the moment, certainly after the epic fight scene in the finale and everyone's sort of splintered, you've got Will has gone off to find Eritrea. I suspect that you will be having more of a storyline with Bandon. And then poor King Ander. I mean, he's lost everybody. He's suddenly taken the throne. You know, it seems like they're in quite a dark sort of area. Is it going to get darker?
Definitely. I think that's the one thing that was the one word that needed to be spoken in the room for producers, directors, everybody involved in this show, Shannara, was for it to be darker. Because Terry Brooks's series, the book series, is dark. And we kind of like, as I say, we were kind of like a first series trying to fit shapes as a production. Now we've got to the tone I believe really represents Terry Brooks's writing. And they pushed me to the limit, to be honest. They really did. I mean, as I said, you know, like for me, as an actor, I wanted a good challenge out of Shannara. And they bought it. And when I read the scripts, I was kind of like, whoa, okay. This is a different gear for me, but it's great drama. So yeah, it's definitely darker.
Can you tease anything then about the new stuff that you might be doing?
I asked if Al-Anon could have somebody to care about. And that might sound soft and mushy, but when you add risk and darkness and a lot of sort of self-exploration about whether you've actually got feelings as Al-Anon, because Al-Anon is very, very resolute, you know? Like put it this way, like I see Al-Anon as being like Gandalf and Strider, you know, so I get the ability to play a protagonist that wants to do good for people, but you know, Al-Anon in the book is so dark. Whenever Al-Anon shows up in Terry Brooks's books, it's like this really dark shadow, you know. And in the first series, they kind of like diluted that by adding humor to a whole bunch of scenes, you know. I always get in trouble when I talk about this shit. Like, I'll get an email tomorrow.
Well, why don't we?
But you know, like in the new series, in the second series now, they sort of take a relationship, a certain relationship, and they make it the risk. And Al-Anon, who otherwise in the book series is very dark all the time, it allows to humanize him in a certain way. But you know, I think I managed to do it, and they wrote it in a specific way that you still don't lose that tone of Al-Anon from the books. Except, like I said before, as men, we don't show really much of this, enough of this. And in television or when you're making a character, you need, like for Al-Anon, I can't just suddenly break out into a musical and be too emotional or anything like that. But if I just push it a little bit, if it allows me to push a little bit, it moves the audience. I know it moves the audience, and that's kind of what they've done well and executed well in season 2, is that there's all this stuff that's going on that's dark, but there's this one person that they've added that makes Al-Anon struggle more emotionally, you know. And it's you know, it's like if I say it, it doesn't mean much now. But for you, those of you who are a fan of Shannara, I'm sure you're going to like season 2. Because it's about this, you know, and that's what I loved about Spartacus. That's what I loved about the journey of Crixus that I got to play, was, you know, like at the end when I got my head cut off, you know, men walk up to me and they say, I cried. And I'm glad they did, because they hated me for the first season, and I meant for that to be the case. I'll tell you something about that character. Who's a Spartacus fan here? Okay, so when I was in high school, I had a normal, perfect life, right? I used to wear gel in my hair, and I still do. I used to be fashionable. And there was one guy at school who had a mullet haircut and wore death metal shirts and was really angry. And him and me were the worst enemies in high school that you could probably imagine. We hated each other to some degree. I mean, I think he started it, because he came up to me and went, hey, yeah, poof, yeah, rap, dance, and poof. You know, he wrote Bennett's and nigger on the school blackboard. Sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody, but he wrote that on the blackboard, and I hated. I mean, this guy really wanted he hated me, and I hated him back. I was in a car accident. My mother was killed. People ask about these scars. I got thrown out of the side window. We got hit by a drunk driver. Mother was killed. I got thrown out of the car. I was in a coma for 2 weeks. When I woke up in my hospital bed from a coma 2 weeks later, my worst enemy, Matthew Sisley, was in the hospital room. My worst enemy. Then I found out that he'd lost his mother when he was younger. And I didn't know that. I just thought he was an arsehole. But I didn't bother to understand who he was. And then I knew. And him and me became best friends, and I was best man at his wedding. I was we're still best friends now. But it was that change, that having an enemy and not understanding your enemy. But then, if you bothered to look, if you bothered to even look, you understand that everybody's got a freaking heart. Everybody worry, you just got to find out that person's story, right? So that was the premise in which I established the Crixus Spartacus thing. When I was in that bathhouse going like, you know, your wife's going to be, you know, there's kids here. I can't do too much Spartacus dialogue because of the kids. But kid, I'm telling you this, right? Never judge your enemy too much until you know them. And it's better to know them, to understand them. Anyway, that's what I based the Crixus Spartacus storyline on. And my producer came up to me after like episode 3 of Spartacus and went, Manu, what are you doing with your character? Like, nobody likes him. You know, we have to start a story with you and Navia, a love story, and nobody's going to nobody cares about you. We're getting emails from people saying to kill him off. And I said, please, let me make this character like this. Let me have people hate him. Because I'm trying to play something that I've been through. And at the time where it changes and people start having to figure that they hated this person and now it's changing, that's what's going to make a great character, I think, you know. And my producer, you know, he backed me and allowed me to sort of play Crixus in the first season like that. Anyway, yeah, that's that story.
Wise words, certainly. And thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck with Arrow Season 6 and also, obviously, Shannara Season 2. And everyone, say, give a big round of applause to our guest, Manu Bennett.
Thank you. Hey.
Won't you come and rescue me? My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. What did you do to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe it's wrong. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. What did you do to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. champions. I can't believe it's right.
Wait a minute.
So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're falling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're falling.
Trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's no to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my funland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay with me.
Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down.
Traveling on the same old road, now I run, run, run. Hightailed back to the sun, now I'm home, home, home. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. I got used to this road, I was low, low. Traveling on the same old road, now I run, run, run. Pick up my life into the sun, I'm home, home, home.
Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just a only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough. Heaven only knows I keep falling down, down, down. Baby, I will rise to your highest mountain of love. If you cannot find your way down, just run. Keep it all inside until your heart takes just enough.
We are on. Hello guys, hello gamers, how are you guys doing? You ready to play some Mario Kart? Alright, so if you guys want a game, if you want to line up here in pairs, and we will get to you. Wow, it's a rush. Fantastic. We're going to have some great tournaments. James is going to be commentating. I'm going to be hosting. We have our great lounger ready and waiting, along with our Mario Kart Nintendo Switch. If you guys have not played before, do not worry. We welcome all novices and pros, and we obviously have lots of prizes to give you at the end, whether you win or whether you lose. It does not matter. We are doing it for fun. Okay, I'm ready. James, are you ready?
I am absolutely ready.
Okay, so should we get our first two gamers if you guys want to come and have a seat? Grab your controllers. All right, what is your name?
Ben.
And have you played before, Ben?
I've played it on the DS, but not on the Nintendo Switch.
What kind of games do you normally play?
RPGs. On the PS4, they're quite good.
So it's going to be a battle here, I think. Oh, yeah, okay. And how about you? What's your name?
Jamie.
And how about you in terms of gaming? What do you like?
Same RPGs. I've played Mario Kart on the DS, mainly PC gamer.
So I think we're about to see a war take place on the Mario Kart circuit. And who are you guys going to choose? Who are you driving?
Peach.
And Ben, what about you?
I'm going to be Bowser.
Peach versus Bowser. Looks like another Beauty and the Beast match here. Okay. The players just loading up their cars at the moment. About to choose a circuit. James, what circuit do you think they're going to go for?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Do you have a favourite circuit?
Do I have a favourite circuit? It's got to be Rainbow Road.
Classic.
Got to be Rainbow Road.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, MCM Manchester. We are live on YouTube, Facebook and Twitter for the Mario Kart tournament. And we're over to Rainbow Road. Our first race of the day, Bowser versus Peach. And they're off. Bowser on the left, Peach on the right. Both making their way up to the front of the pack here. It's a second and third battle with Peach in the lead. But Bowser has taken the lead. Bowser in second place. Peach trailing behind in fourth now. But Peach has made her way back to third place. Right behind Bowser here. Bowser in first. Peach in second. We've got a close race on our hands and we're only a lap in. But Peach has fallen off and Peach has reset, moving back to third place. Bowser has started the second lap. And Peach has come back to second place. Both on their second lap now, but Peach is wiped out again by a red shell. Bowser going for the items here, but Bowser falls off the side and is reset. Could this be a moment? As Peach is using the speed boost to try and reduce the gap. Bowser taking a commanding lead here though. As Peach is attempting to play catch up. As we're into the final lap here of the first race of the Mario Kart tournament on Sunday of MCM Manchester. It's a first v second battle between Bowser and Peach. And it's going to go down to the wire. Peach has an item taken away by a ghost here. And Bowser is going for the items. Peach not too far behind at all. Peach gets the speed boost. Bowser with the coin. Bowser goes off the edge. Can the gap be reduced? Peach has the lead. And could this be a very shock? This is an upset here. Peach finishes in first. And Bowser is just behind and slowly crosses the line. Let's get a round of applause for our two gamers, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys, that was really down to the wire. And right at the end, you took that. Were you surprised yourself?
Yeah.
Good racing, guys. Well done. If you guys want to grab a prize here. Thank you for playing. Okay, who's up next? Okay. All right, who do we have next? What's your name?
Jack.
You're looking a bit different today. You were back yesterday, weren't you? So you can't say. So who are you going to race today? Is it Mario again?
You'll just have to find out, won't you?
Fighting talk there. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
And what is your name?
David.
And have you played before?
Once or twice, not on this, but on the Wii.
Good. Well, I guess we're going to have to see how you do. Any favourites in terms of drivers?
I think I'm going to be Waluigi.
Good choice. Why not? Is that dry Bowser you've gone for? Okay, so it's going to be dry Bowser versus Waluigi. James, over to you.
Seems that Bowser has lost a bit of weight since the last race. He's only a skeleton now. If you're watching live online, please do get in touch. Even if you're at the event, use Twitter hashtag MCM MCR17 and we'll try and give you a shout out here live. I've got a Twitter page up. I am watching. As we're in to the loading screen, we go live to Baby Park for the second race of this Mario Kart tournament. Prize every time. We've got one hell of a queue. And they're off. It's a false start for Dry Bowser. Waluigi edging his way into 6th place. Dry Bowser in 4th. Waluigi into 10th. Got the speed boosts. As Dry Bowser is really making up for lost ground here. And already into a second lap. It looks as if we have 7 laps. It's a small track. Bowser taking one hell of a lead over Waluigi here as Bowser moves into 1st place. Waluigi is being held up in 8th. As Bowser gets hit by a red shell here and moves down to 2nd place with another red shell incoming. Bowser in 3rd but crosses the line again to begin the 4th lap over the halfway line. Waluigi moving to 10th with Bowser regaining the lead and is in 1st place in this race. Waluigi onto the 4th lap. Bowser on the 5th. Dry Bowser around the corner here, completing another lap. 6 of 7, penultimate lap. Bowser with a red shell. Waluigi down to 11th. Waluigi across the line to start a 5th lap. And Bowser is coming towards the line to begin the final lap of the race. Waluigi down to 11th place here. It's a commanding lead here for Bowser. It's going around the corner into the final stretch and across the line in some style there. Everyone, let's get a round of applause for Bowser first place there, finishing, showing you how to Mario Kart like a pro. As Waluigi also crosses the line, well done. But you've still got one more lap, so well done for completing the penultimate lap. One more lap to go. I got too excited. Being lapped by Bowser here, but we're going to use that star power to just about get over the line. Well done to our two players. Good race.
Big round of applause. Thank you, guys. I would like to say that it was a close race, but it really, really wasn't. But did you enjoy it?
That was great fun. Thank you.
And well done to the winner.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I see. Well, you did well. I appreciate you guys playing. You guys, if you want to get a prize over here.
While our two players receive the prize, I'd like to give a shout out to Gracie at Circle of Gracie on Twitter, hashtag MCMMCR17, Hi Mario Kart Tournament. Hello Gracie. Do get in touch. We are live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, we're live on Twitter, and we're using the hashtag.
Yes, hello Gracie, and hello to our next two players. If you guys have a seat. What is your name?
Harry.
And are you enjoying MCM, Harry?
Yeah, loving it.
And have you played much of Nintendo before?
I've been, yeah.
Why are you getting heckled by Spider-Man here? That was the first. And how about you?
I'm good, thank you.
Did you play before?
Only on the Wii U.
Okay, so as you guys load up, who are you choosing as your driver?
I'm undecided as of right now.
We're going to give you a chance to think then. How about you?
Say that again, sorry.
Who are you going to choose as your driver?
Shy Guy.
Why Shy Guy?
Because he's adorable.
Adorable Shy Guy. So it looks like adorable Shy Guy. We'll be racing Link on the right. What do you think of that pairing, James?
Well, it's an interesting pairing for don't really have much more to add than that, to be honest. Got Shy Guy, our owly ghost of sorts. And we got Link, who needs no introduction. As we wait for our teams to pick who they're going to be facing and to pick a track. Looks as if they're ready to start. We are over to the loading screen. As we head over to Wario's Gold Mine for the next race, it is Shy Guy and Link. 3 laps and they're off. Shy Guy into third, Link into second. This is a much closer race than the last one, but it is still all to play for here. First place for Link, third place for Shy Guy. Shy Guy making the way up with the bananas, moves into second, right behind Link. There's not much between the two. And Shy Guy takes the lead. Link not too far behind, uses the red shell. Link in first place, savage maneuver there. Shy Guy into third. Link is wiped out into second. It's a second and third. Shy Guy into second. Shy Guy into third. Link into second. They're literally just swapping places. This is the closest race that we've had today. Link into first. Shy Guy into second. Both of them now outside of the track. Both are now onto the second lap of this race. Link pulling away. Shy Guy not too far behind at all. As Shy Guy takes the lead, and now they're neck and neck, but Shy Guy's been held up here and Link is going to take the lead. Link is going to get as much distance as possible now. Shy Guy has got quite the gap to fill. As Shy Guy is using those Speed Boost 2 effects to try and reduce the gap between the two. Link is going for more power-ups, trying to keep this lead here. Link with the green shell. Both of them about to be blinded. It's a first and second melee here. As Link crosses the line for the final lap with Shy Guy not too far behind. They're bumper to bumper, they're neck to neck, and now Shy Guy has the lead. This is the most unpredictable race we've had so far. It's a first and second brawl. Shy Guy moving quickly to now try and keep that lead. What can Link do? Will there be late drama in this race? As Shy Guy makes the final turns here. Pushes onto the speed boost. Link not too far behind at all. Shy Guy taking a shortcut here. Link is not too far behind. And Shy Guy takes this corner and takes the win. Link not too far behind. It's so loud. But both across the line. Let's get a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our very close race. Well done.
Well done, guys. It's very neck and neck. Wasn't sure who's going to win, but you managed to do it in the end.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We have some prizes for you. Thank you for racing. I hope you guys both enjoyed it. There you go. All right, who is next on our sofa? You do. Do you want to join? Hi guys, we have a green-haired racer. That's the first for us today. What is your name?
Aiden.
And how about you, play number 2?
Aaron.
Aiden and Aaron. Do you guys know each other?
No, we just met now.
So you're gonna make friends on the sofa racing, like things should be. And have either of you guys played before?
Not this version, no. Yeah, also not this version.
Novices, it's gonna be a challenge, isn't it? Okay, so who are you guys choosing?
Here we go.
Mario versus Wario.
Classic.
Something tells me it's going to be close.
It will be indeed, especially with the lack of experience on the Nintendo Switch. This could be an interesting race. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the Mario Kart tournament. We are live on YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. Do get in touch with the hashtag MCM_MCR17. We will give you a shout out, just like Gracie did earlier. We're at Mount Wario for the next race. Mario and Wario. Here we go. And they're off. Wario moving into the lead with Mario just crossing the start line here. Wario into second place. Mario off to 11th. Wario with the red shell. Mario has a lot of distance to make, but Wario makes it into first place. We have Wario on the left, Mario on the right. Mario 7th place here. Wario still keeping this lead. And crosses the line for the second lap. This is a commanding lead here for Wario. Mario makes it up to 5th. There's a big gap if Mario wants to take the lead here. It's Wario sails down and glides over towards the speed boost. Mario with the red shell here, making his way up that side platform. Wario drifts around the corner. Mario makes touchdown and is heading over for the speed boost with Wario off into the forest here at this Mario Kart tournament. Still plenty of time if you want to join in. There's a queue forming on the right hand side of the stage. As Wario makes his way through the trees and Mario tries to navigate his way out and into the open. Wario crosses the line and begins the final lap of this race. Mario up to 9th place. trying to avoid the tree as Wario is skiing his way down the track and is absolutely bossing this. There's a bullet bill coming out there as Mario falls back to 11th. Mario crossing the line slowly to begin the third and final lap as Wario flies through 2 out of 3 of the rings there. Still in first place here, Wario. Racing like an absolute champion here. Final corner here, and Wario crosses the line. First place, a commanding finish. Mario back down to 12th place here. Uses the bullet bill to try and catch up to 11th. Now 10th. As Mario makes his way towards the end of the track. He's got the mushroom at hand to try and get that final speed boost. Takes 9th. Will it be an 8th place finish? He's moved to 8th. And it's an 8th place finish for the other player. Let's get a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 2 very good racers.
Well done, guys. In the end, the green-haired Gramer won. It looked like you were an absolute pro at that. I can't believe you're a novice.
Yeah, I've not played that version of Mario Kart. I've played other ones before, though.
I think maybe Wario was racing on his home circuit. Did that help?
Maybe. He's my favourite character on Mario Kart as well, so that helps as well.
Well, fantastic. You guys were great. Here you go. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Who is up next? Hi, kids. What's your name?
Ollie.
Have you played before, Ollie?
I've actually played some version. I played Mario Kart 8, but not Deluxe.
Are you looking forward to trying Nintendo Switch then?
Yeah. I'm actually considering this as a warm-up.
So you're just trying it out, seeing what you feel. Yeah? And what's your name?
Ellie.
Ellie, have you played much games before?
Some with my brother, but I always lose.
Oh no. Well, it's all about the fun, not the winning and the losing. Do you know who you're going to choose as a driver?
Yeah, I'm gonna choose Splatoon.
And any reason why?
Because they're really good, because they splat paint.
That's very true. Fantastic answer. And how about you? Who are you choosing?
I'm not sure yet.
Let's have a look. Cat Peach. Any reason why?
So I have some cats at home and I like cats.
Cat Peach for your cats. Love it. Why not? So it's over to you, James.
Oh, Inkling Girl and Cat Peach. I got stopped for a selfie at the end of the last race. It was very strange.
You're getting famous,
I
James.
know. I don't know what's going on. Like,
you're doing too good
really
a job.
weird.
That's the problem.
I don't get it. I really don't. If you are watching online or if you've got a smartphone with you, use the hashtag on Twitter, MCM MCR17, and we'll give you a shout out on this live stream of the Mario Kart Tournament 2017. Today's the final day. We are here live at Manchester Central.
And we will be here for a while if you want to come down and join our Korean race, or if you just want to take a selfie with James.
Why do I think I'm gonna become a meme by the end of this?
It's gonna happen.
Don't make me internet famous. I don't want this. Don't do this. I don't want this.
He just wants to eat cake. He doesn't want to be famous.
Press left and right on the controller. Is the controller paired to the console? That is one of life's mysteries right here. We seem to be having a technical issue. Hashtag fix the stream 2017. The technical support begins. And we're back. Thank you for the technical support.
Thank you, Dale.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dale. As we return back to the character selection screen and this Mario Kart tournament. Prize every time. Worth an opportunity. If you fancy a go, just join the queue. It's on the right hand side of the stage. There's a prize for just competing.
And we've got 2 pink drivers here, Pink Yoshi.
We seem to have a character change here. It's now
We do.
Inkling Kid and Pink Yoshi. While the carts are selected, we now have to wait for a track. And once we have a track, we'll then have a race, and when the race is underway, we get some commentary. But for now, welcome to everyone watching the stream. Welcome to everyone on the MYM bus stage, here live with us. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you to everyone who's come, cosplaying or not cosplaying. We appreciate you.
We
And
do.
remember, that hashtag is MCMMCR17. Do get in touch. You will get a shout out. But here we go. Inkling Kid, Pink Yoshi, Mario Kart. The race is on. 3 laps. First and second. Doesn't look like there's any bots in this race either, so it's literally a grudge match between the 2 racers. Yoshi with a commanding lead here already, pulling away, using the corkscrew over the boost. This is a windy track if I've ever seen one. Inkling Kid with the red shell. Yoshi trying to avoid the barriers here, but makes it over the boost just fine. Finds the banana. Inkling Kid into first place though. Yoshi driving off the edge and is reset as Inkling Kid holds this red shell and holds first place. Yoshi off the edge again and is reset, so Inkling Kid is still making the gap. Yoshi has a lot of ground to make up now as Inkling Kid crosses the line and begins the second lap. Yoshi not that far behind in all fairness, beginning the second lap as well. It's a very cagey affair between the two as Yoshi fires a green shell. Just missing Inkling Kid there. As Yoshi gets the speed boost. Can see Inkling Kid in the distance. Yoshi has got to reduce the gap here and has 3 boosts and an opportune moment to do so, but drives over the edge and is reset. Inkling Kid still plugging away here, but Yoshi takes the lead through a shortcut. Inkling Kid now in second place. Could there be late drama going into this final lap? As Yoshi goes off the edge again and is reset, Inkling Kid has crossed the line here. Not too far between them. They're quite literally close to being bumper to bumper. And Inkling Kid takes the lead. Yoshi not too far behind here either though. But Yoshi does need to catch up. That boost is going to be a tactical one. And Yoshi takes the lead, but is only just overtaken here by Inkling Kid, who's slipped into first place. Yoshi off the edge is going to be reset. Could that be costly? Could Inkling Kid have taken the lead here? And could Inkling Kid go on to win this race? We're only going to find out. Inkling Kid over the box, making the way around the corner. Yoshi up to the corner, but off the edge again. And Inkling Kid crosses the line and wins the race. Yoshi just slowly making the way to complete the race. And there's Yoshi across the line. Let's get a round of applause for a very entertaining race. Well done to our 2 players. Over to you.
Well done, kids. That was fantastic. Here you go. Prize for you. Prize for you. Okay, so if you want to come out for me, we're going to try and speed this up. Now we still have a line, so the next 2 players want to have a seat. Load up and start playing.
As they load up, shout out to Amy Dawson on Twitter @PartyScream. asking if anyone has any new £1 coins. Don't know why, but if anyone has a £1 coin, she'd like to know. Shout out also to Nola at MCM, MCR. She's telling us that Hannah is getting obsessed with the anime figures. Shout out to Hannah and shout out to the anime figures. We are live on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook at this final leg of the Mario Kart tournament here at MCM Manchester Central 2017. Do get in touch via Twitter. We are watching the hashtag and we will give you a shout out, so it's a good thing. We seem to be
We're having some technical difficulties.
a technical issue. If anyone knows how to fix a Nintendo Switch, please report to the MYM bus stage. Shout out to Roger Jackson on Twitter. He's liking the Steampunk Iron Man helmet and the Hulkbuster armor over at the Steampunk stage. Over on YouTube, Random Rants had an amazing day in Manchester yesterday. Everyone was amazing, from all the cosplayers and celebrities. Everyone made my brother feel so welcome. Well, thank you very much. We like to broadcast, and we're glad you like watching. The hashtag, again, is MCM_MCR17, and we will give you a shout out on Twitter via the stream. It appears as if we fixed our technical issue.
Sorry guys, bear with us.
Let's keep an eye on social media. Go Virtual UK, virtual reality headsets, now only £10, and they have the last two remaining. And they are right to your right-hand side if you are at the MYM bus stage. They're on the right-hand side. Shout out to Mrs. Bad Mech. Saw Eddie from at Food and Cosplay at MCM MCR17. Hashtag Eddie is not consent. Hashtag no boops. I got booped instead. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm glad you're enjoying your time.
It looks like we're off. Cat Peach versus Link. We're there finally. Thank you for your help. Maybe I spoke too soon.
We're hearing over the tannoy that the show is beginning to close, so we might have time for one more race. Apologies to everyone in the queue. Thank you for your patience, though. We do really appreciate it. As we watch the character selection screen here at MCM Manchester. It's been a fab weekend down here at Manchester Central. We thank everyone who's come out. We have to thank all of our guests who have appeared on panels, all of the audience for coming down and watching, all of you watching at home via the live stream. We really appreciate it. We'll see you in Scotland for the next leg of the journey. But for now, we're here with Mario Kart, and we're here on Twitter with the hashtag MCMMCR17. Do get in touch. Shout out to Phil. Hashtag MCMMCR17. Epic day today. Well, thank you, Phil. You are pretty epic yourself, my friend. Our two gamers are just limbering up ahead of what will possibly be the final race of our Manchester leg of this riveting Mario Kart tournament. Okay, we're over to the loading screen. We're off to Swamp Ruins for the final race here in Manchester. It's a versus race, 3 laps, and they're off. Link into the lead here. Both of them going for the power items. It's a first and second, which is driven straight off and is brought back on second place. There was nearly almost an accident there waiting to happen as Link moves across into the lead here. Link with the coin. Link on our right-hand side of the screen. It's actually pretty close between the two, and they have swapped places. I'm going to be honest, I'm not overly sure which character is on the left. I'm sure there's someone who knows who's really disappointed in me right now. But pink character on the left has the lead, followed closely by Link on the right.
I'm going with Pink Cat.
Pink Cat.
Why not?
Pink Cat on the left in the lead, but it's caught up on a wall. Could Link capitalise on this? Link does. Link takes the lead here, but is stopped by the Pink Cat, who's driven off the edge, and Link takes the lead. This is actually becoming quite a close race here, folks. We're into our second lap. The Pink Cat hits the wall. Link pulling away here. Zombies have invaded the MYM buzz stage and are blocking the camera. Link in the lead. Still in the lead. This is what happens when you get to 5 PM at the end of MCM in Manchester. The zombies begin to take over. I feel for the girl who's being mobbed by them right now. Anyway, back to the race. Link is still in the lead here. Pink Cat climbing up the side of the wall here. As Link goes into the third and final lap of this race. Our Pink Cat crashing into the wall, has a red shell, could use the red shell, but doesn't use the red shell, falls off the map. Link is pulling away into quite the commanding lead here. They're on the final lap. And the Pink Cat is just crossing the line to start the final lap. It's a massive lead here for Link now. Can Link finish in style here? As Link approaches a boost over here and glides the way down to the other half of the track. Link heading towards the finish line, and Link finishes in first place in the final race of MCM Manchester 2017. The prize goes to Link as we wait on our pink cats who hits the wall. Celebrations, mad celebrations going on here as the pink cat is brought back onto the track and is into the home stretch of this race and crosses the line. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a big round of applause for our two gamers here. Well done. Well done to all of you. You've been a fantastic audience. Thank you.
Thank
Over
you,
to you,
guys.
Tam.
Thank you for playing. We have now closed MCM and MYM Buzz stage, but we appreciate all of you guys coming out to play. There are prizes for all of you guys if you want to pick them up, even if you didn't get a chance to play. We appreciate you coming down. We will carry on the matches at our next MCM in Glasgow. You guys want to grab it? Go ahead.
As they're receiving their prizes, I'm just going to follow up a few tweets that we've got in over the last couple of minutes or so. At Ian Treecastle writes, 10 minutes till end of con feels kind of lonely already. There's always another convention. We'll be back soon.
They're already missing you, James.
The two people that asked for selfies, maybe, but who knows. Samuel Adam Wright, such a fab time at MCM MCR 17. So great to meet Denise Crosby and Warwick Davis. Planning to go all out on cosplay for the next con. That's what we like to hear. Thank you very much.
There's some great pictures online as well. You'll see what you guys post on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram.
If you've tuned in and you took a selfie with me, please use the hashtag MCMMCR17. I'd love to see where those ended up.
And what the meme looks like.
Please no memes.
Please meme James.
Please no. From all of us here at MYM Buzz, thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you and good night.